Hey everyone, welcome to this interesting video in JavaScript. The best way to master a language is by programming in it. So in this video, we bring to you 6 simple applications that you can build using JavaScript. And all of this in 5 hours. If you enjoy watching such tech videos, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what's in store for you? We'll first create some simple beginner level projects like the to-do list app. Then we'll move on to a quiz app, and then we'll see how to build a calculator app. Then we'll move on to more advanced apps like the weather app, the Tic Tac Toe game, and finally we'll conclude the session by creating a snake game application. Now I'm sure you're excited to dive deep into it. So let's begin.
Using this JavaScript, CSS and HTML combo known as called to-do application. To-do application is kind of general task manager application where you can attach, add the task, delete the task, and complete a task. Very simple and sophisticated application we will start working with. And here we start working with our first very simple statement that is known as called to-do. So let me go and create a new folder named called, not here, new folder called to-do app. Inside this to-do app, I like to start working with HTML file, index.html, and now here again we would like to start working with HTML by considering our CSS file will be well taken care of. So we say div here we will say class equal to container. Now inside this we would like to have some header portion. Okay, so we say another div tag, and inside this div tag we will say div id equal to this box. Okay, and again class equal to header. Class equal to header. Now here after that we would like to use the h2 tag, and inside the h2 tag I can say my to-do list. After this h2 we like to use the text box input type equal to text, id equal to item, and placeholder equal to give anything. I'm saying title. Okay, and close this. Next we like to use the span tag. In this span I'll say conflict equal to. Now I do not have the function name called new element, but we would like to create it. New element. Okay, and class equal to give any name. I'm saying add bt. Okay, and here I would like to add it. That's my span tag. Now div tag is also getting closed. So after the div tag we would like to use the UL. UL, you know, that is for unordered list. Here I will say id equal to list. Under this UL tag I'll look for li, and within this li you can say some name, learn new tasks is the first item. Like that I can have some other items with me. Play games, walk with the dog. Like that I can have n number of tasks which is available to me. Okay, So here the UL tag is getting closed and the div tag is also getting closed. That's it. Okay. So I do not have any CSS file with me, so I can just create CSS. In this, I like to include it in my here link to style sheet href equal to with the link of app.css. That's it. Let me try to see the outcome. Okay, so I can have very simple look and feel for title. Nothing is there. Add, which must be a kind of a button for me or whatever it is. So it is just a span tag for me on which I will try to click and perform some action. Remember, this is not my button. Now, here once it is ready, I would like to go ahead and talk about my main CSS, which will help me to make the complete look and feel more better. Okay, thank you. So we're going to start working with the CSS now. From my CSS, we want to basically perform the edit where close button I want to create it, and I want to create a close button to hide the current list items. In multiple activities I have it, which I want to do it with my CSS. So let's get started with CSS now. And with my CSS, I would like to create some basic effects to work my application. Fine. So the step number 1, I would like to say asterisk for everything. That means for everyone. I'm saying box sizing, border box, basic one. Nothing is affected because it's for common for all. Here I would like to start with my body now. Body, background color, I will say light steel blue. Light blue I've taken. And background image, it's up to me whether I would like to use it or not, but I can use height 600 pixels. Next, background position, that I would like to use center. Next is background repeat, because if I do not have an image, I would not be using repeat. So background size, cover. Looks beautiful. Well, going ahead, we talk about our container part now. Okay. So if I just see my previous code which is there with me, that is called calculator app. Here in this app.css, I have an option called container. So that was my container. I just copy this and I use it again here. Here in container width, I would like to use 50% now. Background color remain white. Align self, center, display, block, margin. This I will be using 120 pixels, auto, and box shadow. Border radius we are not using. Padding, once again we are not using. Box shadow, 5 pixel, 10 pixel, 20 pixels, and that. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So this is my simple look. Now talk about the UL part now. Margin 0. Next, border left. Border left 6 pixels. Tail. Next, list hyphen style hyphen type. I'm saying none. Next, padding 0. Let's take a look. Better. Okay. Now, so few things we've used. Border left 6 pixels, solid tail, padding. Now we talk about our UL and allied part. Okay, cursor, pointer. Next position, relative. Next padding, we just would like to use 12 pixels. Like this. Background, white. Remove with white smoke. Okay, font size, you can select 18 pixels. Transition for 0.2 seconds. This is for transition. Okay, and the last option, user icon select, none. Perfect. Now looks beautiful. You can see now how the effects are. Awesome. Okay, UL and LI tag. Now we talk about our positions wise properties. UL, LI colon, hover. Okay, I say background color, okay, and after that I use UL and its child, odd values, background color, again I can use the same. Okay, now after this we are using this called UL li dot checked. Now I'll be using background, then color. I'm using the same white. Text decoration, line 3, which is the checked option. Okay, now after that, check before. I also want to use it, so we just say UL checked before, UL li check colon before, content, after that position, absolute, after that border style, border color, sorry, border color, I'm just using called white, then border style, solid, then border width, border hyphen width. Border hyphen width, we're using 0, 2 pixels, 0. Then top, 10 pixels. Left, pixels. then transform, rotate 45 degrees, then height 15 pixels, then width 7 pixels. Now you see this now, how they work like in. That JavaScript will be applied later on to make it even more better. So we are just getting it ready for that. Okay, after that we'll be using for close. In this close we are using position, absolute, then right, 0, zero, padding, four options we are using it here. Okay, then afterwards close, hover. In this close hover we'll be using background color, that's called orange red, and color white. This is for close hover. Then we're talking about called header. Header will be using background color, teal, then padding, 30 pixels and 30 pixels. Color, okay, text align, center. Looking beautiful. Well, this is your header what we have written it now. After that we'll be talking about the header after and input. Dot header colon after content colon and then display table. After that clear both. That's for header after. Okay. Now after this we'll be using for the input. Not dot I'll be using, rather I'll be using directly input. For input. Now input I have to make it in more better way, margin 0, then border none, then border radius 0, then width 75%, then padding 10 pixels. Okay, then float left. The next option will be font size. I'm using 16 pixels. Perfect. Nice. So this is my text box. Okay. Now we'd like to talk about buttons. Okay. it's time to talk about core button. So we'll be saying dot add btn. So once again, the condition is going to be remain same. We talk about core padding 10 pixels. Talk about core width. We say 25%. We say background purple. Then we talk about color. Okay, and we use float left. After this float left, we talk about texture line, center, then font size. We talk about 16 pixels. Then we talk about cursor, would be pointer. Then we talk about transition. Here we talk about 0.3 seconds. And then border radius 0. That's it. And at the same time, we talk about add button. Okay, colon over background to change to beach. That's it. Let's check. Awesome. So you see now how exactly it's looking now. So my to-do list CSS part is over. Okay. Well, after this, we're going to talk about our JS file, which is one of the most important area of your code. Now here, if we close down everything and start creating another file here, one is called app.js. The main calculation goes here. So from this point onwards, we would like to start working with a property, whichever we have created here. On the top of that, we start working with. Okay. So in my CSS, what are the things that are required that we want to understand? Okay. So we talk about option called li. Li stands for what? List items. So let's start working with var my node list equal to document dot get element by id, or also I will say document dot element by tag name. And the tag name is what? Li. It's called list items. Okay. After that, we're creating var I is a variable. Then for I equal to 0, I is less than node list, my node list dot length, and then I plus plus. Okay. Later on, we have to create var span equal to document dot create element, document dot create element. Which element I want to create it? Span. Or else I can write in a capital H. Span tag I want to create it. After that, var text, or else I can say var txt equal to again document dot create text node, and I'll just give the value here by saying forward slash. So we're creating a new text. Okay. Later on, we just say span dot class name equal to close. After that, span dot append child txt, and then my node list I dot append child span. So the first function which we have written it. Okay. So there's the name call node list. This is just a typical logic. In fact, I would not even say the function. It's just a logic which you have written. After that, what we need to do now is we have to start working with our option called var close equal to document dot get element by class name. Get element by class name. Name is called what? Close. Okay. And here say var I, and once again for 0 I is less than close dot length I plus plus. Okay, then close I dot on click. Okay, close I dot on click equal to function. And now here we say var div equal to this dot parent element. This dot parent element, and now we say div dot style dot display equal to no. Okay, and now next thing. So this is for when you try to click on a close button to hide the current list item. Okay, so you can say current list. Okay, now next what we develop the code is to basically add a check symbol, okay, while clicking on a list item. That means if any item which you have basically clicked, so what should happen now? So when it will get striped saying that hey, this task is over now. So we can say var list equal to document query selector URL. Okay, and I say dot add event listener. On which event? On a click event, and then I need to write what function which takes event as a parameter. Okay, here I say if dot target dot class list dot toggle dot toggle. Here I say checked. Okay, and what should happen now? But before that, I just need to check the condition for if ev dot target dot tag name. Just wait. Ev dot target dot li. Then what? Then dot target dot class list dot toggle check. Okay, and here we pass a value called false. That's it. Okay, now you have to basically go and create what a functions for this. So after that, I'm going to create a new function now. I'm saying function new element. Okay, here we say var li equal to document dot create element. Which element I want to create it? Li. Then var input value equal to document dot get element by id item dot okay, and after that we are just calculating this value. We are saying var t equal to document dot create text node. Okay, here we pass input value here, and I say li dot append child of t, like this. And here we are saying if input value equal to blank, nothing is there, then what? So in such cases we can say alert. This is basically the validation for me. Alert, this field cannot be empty. Okay, this field cannot be empty. So this is the first alert message we are showing that else condition. In else condition, you have to say document dot get element by id, okay, which is a type of item. Okay, so taking about item, which is a type of. So else condition, which is saying document get element by id, rather than item, let's pass list here, and inside this list we'll say dot append child, and here I will be passing what? LIKC. Okay, otherwise what would happen? We will talk about this option called document get element by id item. Item dot value equal to blank. Okay, that's the case now. After that, we will start working with our span tag now, and the span tag will have its own condition now. So first we check about this, and now we talk about how span tag now. So we just say for the span, we say var span equal to document dot get element, document dot create element, document dot create element of type what? Span. Okay, so we are using var span equal to document dot create element of type of span here. So after this span, we'll be talking about our next feature now. So this after this span will be so we're now talking about call var txt equal to once again document dot create text node. We talk about u. So after that span dot append child txt. Okay, and then in the same line we'll be using li dot append child span. And then last but not least, we have to basically iterate through all for I equal to 0 I is less than close dot length and I plus plus. Then close of type I, we are passing it dot on click equal to function, and here we are saying var div equal to this dot parent element, okay, and div dot style dot display equal to none. So friends, we are almost ready now because our JavaScript file is ready. After that, we'll be talking about how to include it in HTML to take a look. Well, everybody, so we are all set now since we have our application ready with me. JS is ready, CSS is ready. Now in our index.html file, we have to just check how to apply this JS within my code now. So in my index.html file, I'll just go to the bottom of my page that is called script src equal to the name called app.js. That's it. Okay, and let's check about my final outcome. Okay, so you can see now the crossbar automatically appeared. Okay, with my application, let me try to add another one that is called welcome. See, it is automatically getting added. The moment I click, you can see it is called strike. That means it is done. If I try to click on this, it goes off. If I click it here, it's strike. Click here, it's strike. Add another. It's also working. Delete it. Click it again. It is unchecked or unstrike now. So guys, that's it. So we are happy, like finally we have finished one of our very important project, which is a called to do application. Okay. So this time we're going to develop another very interesting example using this HTML, JavaScript and CSS together, and that is called working with a quiz application. This is one of the very interesting project. We'll be developing it from the scratch, and I'm sure that you will enjoy a lot. So what we will do, we'll start creating a new folder now. First of all, I'm going to give the name called HTML quiz. Now I'm going to create 3 files inside this. Number 1, I'm going to say index.html. Then I need another file that is called app.css. And the third file I'm going to create inside this that will hold the script related part. So we are saying script.js. So we have total number of 3 files ready with us. Now from HTML page, we would like to develop this HTML tags first. So we'll go to the HTML and see. So we have got this basic HTML syntax ready, and from here we will start working with the div tag first. Here onwards, div tag. So within my div tag, we would like to create another div tag. Okay, so the first top level class to this particular div. See, we haven't created a CSS, but we would like to offer some of the CSS classes available here. So we say div class equal to container. Now we have got another div tag inside this, so we will say div id equal to question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. So that is the name or ID of this div, and we say class equal to hide. Now within this div tag, we would like to offer some details, but before that we would like to create some embedded div tags inside this. So we're going to create another div tag here, and this div ID equal to answer hyphen buttons. So that's the ID name, and we would like to offer the class also, class equal to btn hyphen grid. See, again I'm telling you, these classes we are just creating it, but we would like to use this in our CSS. Okay, so they are just the normal class names we are giving it right now. Now inside this div tag, we want to offer some more details. Now what exactly the details are? Number one, we would like to offer few buttons now. Button. So we say button class equal to btn, and after that we would like to give the name called answer1, so that I can have this button class copied 3 more times. And now we can change the names to 2, here 3, here 4. So we have total number of 4 answers ready with us. Div tag is getting closed here, another div tag is getting closed here, and now here, before the last div tag is getting closed, we would like to create another div tag. Now inside this div we say class equal to controls. That's another div tag. So under this div we want to offer few more buttons. Button. Here we say button id equal to start button, start hyphen btn. Okay, and then we say class equal to start hyphen btn space btn, and we say start here. Now I'll just copy this complete line and put it again. So rather than giving the start button, we say next button, and class equal to next hyphen button btn, and we will give additional property called height, and here we give the value called next. Let me make this S capital and next. So 2 buttons we have created. After this div tag is getting closed. After that I would like to start another div tag, and in this div tag we will offer class equal to score. Okay, and here we would like to start working with a span, and here we will say span id equal to right hyphen answer, or answers I can say. So after that the div tag is getting closed, and that's it. And with the last div tag is getting closed, which you can see it right now, we would like to use the script tag. But one more thing, this div tag I would like to close even before. So 2 div tags are getting closed, and this is another div tag which is closed at the end, and here we want to include a script tag, a script src equal to script.js. That's it. So our HTML page is almost ready. Let's review. And yes, I can see some standard buttons has been created. Now we would like to give a better look and feel to this kind of buttons and complete UI by offering some awesome CSS. Okay everybody, so we'd like to start working with CSS part now. So to work with the CSS we have to offer few things. Here we're providing a root, and with this root some basic settings we are offering it. Number 1, hyphen hue hyphen neutral, hue hyphen hue hyphen neutral. The value we're giving is called 200. After that we're giving call hyphen hue, again hyphen wrong. This value we're giving is 0. Then we are saying hyphen hue hyphen correct 145. So these three values we have given, followed by body. In this body we would like to offer few details. Number 1, hyphen hue. This we are making it with the variable hyphen hue neutral, the one which we have already declared. Okay, now we will try to provide padding. So this padding we are giving 0. Next property is margin. Margin will also remain 0. After that, display none. After that, not display, I would say none. Instead, it is better we can have flex. After that, width. We are providing width almost 100, followed by height. So height we are providing is called once again 100. Okay, now we have called justify contents. This justify contents I can say center. Perfect. Going forward, align items. Here we can say center again. Now background color. Which color you would like to give it? So we can just use this option called HSL. And this we'd like to use this var. Again, in this var we are using hyphen hue and followed by 100%, comma 20%. These things, and this is style we would like to use in my index.html page. So within my head tag, well, in index.html file, how you would like to define the style? So we always use link CSS. So the value is automatically style.css, but we would like to change to app.css. That's it. Now we'll see the final outcome. Now it looks better. Okay, so it is only for the background, nothing else it is impacting. Now we want to offer few more things into my CSS. It is only for the body. Now we would like to go ahead with the body dot correct body dot correct. We are providing hue var, and here we would like to offer hyphen wrong, and also sorry, not wrong, just for correct. And we can use body dot wrong body dot wrong. So same thing I'd like to copy. So rather than saying correct, we're using wrong here. Well, these two properties we have defined. Going forward, we would like to start working with a container. Inside my container, I would like to offer width. Basic thing that we are providing 800 pixels, followed by max width. This max would be 80%. Now, going forward, background color. We are offering white, that always looks better, followed by border radius. Border radius that we are providing 5 pixels. After this, padding. This padding will be 10 pixels, followed by box shadow. This box shadow we can say 0, 0, 10 pixels, 2 pixels. So this is we have applied for the container, and container is used right over here. Let's see. Okay, now it looks better. So this is where it comes under my container. Now we would like to offer the buttons. Here in our CSS, we want to now offer the button colors. So dot btn hyphen grid. Well, in index.html file, so we have a call button grid. This button grid we would like to start from here. Btn grid display grid, followed by grid hyphen template columns. So here we are saying repeat. In this repeat we are saying 2, auto. Then we would like to offer the gap. This gap will be the 10 pixels, followed by margin. That will be the 20 pixels, and then 0. This is for my button grid. Let's see. Awesome. So that looks pretty nice. Now going forward, we would like to apply the styles on my button. So how my button will looks like in. Well, button grids we have created it. Now we would like to go ahead with the buttons. So dot btn followed by the details. So hyphen hue var will be using neutral. Okay. Going forward, we would like to use border. So this border we want to use 12 pixels, or I would say 1 pixel, and then solid and HSL values we would like to give it once again var hyphen hue followed by 100%, 30%. Okay, so these are the values for border, followed by background color. So we would like to use the same details. Now we would like to use background color. So in background color we will just use HSL rather than this. So hyphen hue 100% and 50%. Okay, followed by border radius. Border radius 5 pixels. Now padding. Padding just 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Then color. This color will be white for sure. And the outline. Outline we are using is none. Last option cursor. So cursor we will be using pointer as you should say. So these are the details are available which we want to use it for my button. Now the last option we want to use it for the button hover. Dot btn dot or hover, and for this hover we want to say border color This border color we would like to use black. That's it. Let's see. Awesome. So this looks pretty nice, as you can see right now here. Well, so this is how my initial looks like. Okay. Now I also want to change this start button and next button both. So here we want to use dot start hyphen btn, and also for dot next hyphen btn. Common look and feel for both. Font size 1.5 rem. Next, font weight. Now this font weight we want to give bold, followed by padding. This padding is be the 10 pixels and 20 pixels, followed by 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Next, cursor will be as usual pointers. Now we want to go ahead with the controls. With controls we say display, flex, followed by justify contents. This justify contents I will say center, followed by align items, and here we say center. And last option which is left is called hide. This hide we say display none. That's it. Let's check this out. Well, so this will be visible to me. So the moment I said start, then only the other buttons will be visible. So this is how my program is. Well, my CSS is all set. Well, let's get start working with the script part now. This is a major part of your main code development. So here we will start working with this const, and here we will say start button equal to document dot get element by id, and here we will give the name called start hyphen btn. That's the name. Like this, I just copy this line, make it available here. Like we have a call start button, we have a call next button, and here next button. Like here another one. Here we change the name and give the name called question container element. Container element. Question container element, document get element by id. Here we give the name called question hyphen container. Question hyphen container, because this is already there. You see, question hyphen container is already there. We're using question hyphen container. Like this, we would like to use one more, and that is called question element. Question element, document get element by id. Here we will be passing question, followed by we want to use answer button element. Answer buttons element. Answers, or I can say answer buttons element, answer hyphen buttons. answer hyphen buttons. So naming convention must be chosen very carefully. Now we will provide option called shuffle question because we want every time the questions to be get shuffled. Shuffled questions. Shuffled questions. Current question index. Shuffle questions and current question index. And we would like to provide one variable called let quiz score equal to 0. So we created those variables. Now once it is done, we want to basically go ahead and start creating a set of questions for my application. So here we want to provide the questions. So we say const questions. Const questions equal to array. First question which I would like to create it here is called question. Now here we will say JavaScript framework. So which one of these is a JavaScript framework? So that's my question now. Okay, so I would like to have answers for sure. So here we are providing answers. So what answers we would like to provide? So in this answers, the first answer I can say like this. Here I say text. First will be Python. Python. Okay, Python. Answer is true or false. Correct. False. So it will be the false. Copy. Now let's change the value. Here I say Django. Correct, false. Third is React. So here I can say true. Last I'm keeping it is called false, as usual same. So like this we have created a question and 4 answers. Okay, so we're all set now. So here after that we want to create a few more. Okay, so once again I would like to bring some questions now and related answers. So I just copy this. First, so second question I can say who is the Prime Minister of India? So we can have 2 answers available. Okay. Talk about Narendra Modi. The value is called what? True. Second, we're going to give the name called which value is called false. So I've taken the values like this, and we can take one more just for the demo purpose. So like here, next is called what is 4 multiplied by 3. I can have many answers, so I'm just making the first is called 6, which is false. Second is 12. Like that, total we have created 3. Okay, so we all are set with this multiple questions. Okay, now once it is done, we would like to offer one function here. Okay, and what that function would be? The function would be known as called clear status class. Function clear status class. It takes one parameter called element, and here we will say element dot class list dot remove element dot class list dot remove correct, and once again I copy the same line, wrong. So we have two options available, called what right and what wrong. Now going forward, we want to have few more functions to be attached. There is only one function we have attached, that's called clear status class. Now we would like to add one more function here called function set status class. Okay, and here we pass two parameters now. One is called element and second is called correct. Two parameters we are passing it now, element and correct. First we are calling this function called clear status class, is a function which we have created, pass element, followed by we are saying if correct, then element dot class list dot add correct, okay, else use the same option, but we'll try to add wrong here. So this is how we would like to apply right or wrong. So this is set status class which we have it now, followed by the most important function which we're going to use it right now here is called your select answer. So you have to basically select the answer. So this is a little bigger function, so let's try to understand. Function select answer. Here we pass e as in parameter, and from here we will use const selected button equal to e dot target number 1. Second, const correct equal to selected button dot dataset selected button dot dataset dot correct. Now going forward, we'll be calling this set status class function. In this set status class, we'll be passing document.body as the first parameter and correct is the second parameter. Okay, now we are using array.from, and here in this array.from we are using answers button element dot children. Okay, followed by dot for each. Here we are using this button as in parameter. Now here what I will do, we are using this option called set status class. First parameter will be what? A button, then button dot dataset dot, we can give the value called what? Correct. Okay, so this is how we are using this array. Now we'll be utilizing the main evaluated value called if. Shuffle question dot length. If shuffle questions dot length is greater than current question index plus 1, then what? Then we are saying next button dot class list dot remove, and here we will say hide. So this will be hidden. Okay, else condition says what? Start button dot inner text. Okay, start button dot inner text equal to restart. Okay, and next is called start button dot class list dot remove. What we need to remove? Hide part. That's it. Okay, and here we're using this option called if selected button dot dataset equal to correct, then quiz score plus plus, and document dot get element by id. Here we are providing write hyphen answers followed by dot inner HTML equal to quiz score. So whatever the score will be after selecting the correct answer, this will be available to the user. Okay, now the next thing which we're going to develop it is basically your reset state function. Reset state function reset state. So what we're going to offer here, we are saying clear status class document dot body. Okay, here we are saying next button dot class list dot add hide. Okay, now we are using this while option. Now answers button element dot first child so here I will be using answers button element dot remove child Here we have a call dot remove child, and here we'll be giving answers button elements dot first child. So these are the functions are used right now. We haven't called those functions, but we'll be calling those functions one by one. But this is something which we wanted to start with. Okay, well, reset state is already set. Now going forward, we would like to start working with the show questions so that the user can start seeing the question. We are saying function show question, show question. The first parameter will be question, and from here onwards we would like to use a question element. So we have a call question element dot inner text equal to question dot question. Now followed by questions dot answer, question dot answers dot for each, and here I would like to use, we are passing what answer as a parameter. Now here we like to create a button called const button equal to document dot create element. I'd like to create a button now. Okay, after that we are saying button dot inner text. We have to set the value equal to answer dot text, then followed by button dot class list dot add. Here we are offering BTN. Okay, now we are saying if the condition is answer dot correct. If answer is correct, then what? Then button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. Okay, now the next thing is we are using button dot add event listener, attaching the listener to this event. Which event? On click event. Second parameter will be select answer, then answer button element dot append child of what? Button. So this is your show questions, followed by what is the next question it will appear. So here we say function set next question. Next question. Here function set next question. Here in this next question we are just saying reset state, the function we are calling it, and saying show question and here we are passing this shuffle questions, and we are passing this current question index. That is what the set next question is offering it to me. Now the last function which is left, that is called start game. How the game will start? Function start game, and here the main magic begin. Here we say start button dot class list dot add, and here hide. After that, shuffled questions equal to, we have a call questions dot sort. Okay, here we say math dot random and 5. We are passing this value. Okay, after that we are saying current question index. Initially we are giving 0 right now. After that, question container element, which we have already defined, dot class list dot remove height. Okay, and then we are calling set next question, which is a function we are calling it, and initializing our quiz score with the value called 0. Well, start game is ready. Next thing which we have to start with our button. So here we are saying start button dot add event listener. Here in this, on my click event, I will try to call this function start game. First thing. Now next we'll be calling next button dot add event listener. On click, we are using. Okay, so here we are calling current question index plus plus and set next question. That's it. So we are almostly done with our code. Script.js we have basically already initialized there. Okay, so the values will be kept automatically. So most of the things are now ready with us. Okay, so our JavaScript is almost ready. Index.html file is there and app.css is also ready with us. Now let's finally see how my overall look and feel really looks like in. So just go here and try to refresh and check on a button called start. Awesome, I could see the first question appears automatically. Which of these is JavaScript framework? If I select as usual my correct answers for React, now you can see is automatically making the rest of them as a red and now giving me the next button now. So the Prime Minister of India, I'm saying Narendra Modi, great, next, and I say 4 multiplied by 3, I say 12, I say next, and which of those used in mobile app development, Flutter and Flask, I say Flask, it says Flutter, and now you can see the application looks perfectly fine and it gives me the restart now, and that's it. So this is how, dear friends, your project is now completely working and expected as the way it was designed for. When I once again restart and you can say start button, now it's giving me 4 multiplied by 3. That means it is once again have taken random question. So we have decided to basically develop another very interesting project in JavaScript that is known as called calculator application. Like you have seen earlier some projects like in Tic Tac Toe, you talk about snake game, you talk about the quiz application. This time we're going to introduce you another very interesting project using this JavaScript, HTML and CSS, so-called calculator application. So let's get started. Let me try to delete first those files which we really do not need it now. We delete those all. Yeah. Now I'll be creating a new folder now and give the name called calculator app. And in this calculator app, once again we need some new files which is called index.html And we also need one more, that is called app.css, and another one that is called app.js. So these three files required. Now first of all, I would start with index.html file where we'll be creating a template of my code. Now let me go and create this template, and here I have got body with me. Let's start with the first tag here, that is called h1, and this h1 we are giving the name called calculator app. So that will be my h1 heading. After that, we'll start working with the div tag. Now within this div, I have to create lot many classes. I may not have lot many CSS classes, but we can give some classes here. So we can say class equal to container. Okay. So within this div tag, we're going to create a table now because I want to organize it. So I'm starting with the table. Within this table, a tr tag, and within this tr tag, I need a td. Now in this td, I need few things. Call span equal to 3 as the value, and here I want to offer the text box input type equal to text. Okay, input equal to text, id equal to, give the name called result. That will be the final outcome while pressing all the different buttons. Id equal to result, and class equal to screen. Remember, I haven't created those CSS classes, but we're giving some names, but later on we can utilize it while creating those CSS classes. Table data is getting closed. Let's get started with another TD. Now inside this TD, we need another text box. Input type equal to text, and here in this input type equal to text, sorry, I would like to better say button because I'll be having buttons. Okay, input type equal to button, value equal to C, and on click equal to, I may not have any function right now, but yes, I can create a function, but let me give some dummy name here. I'm saying clear screen. Okay, so that will be the function we get called, and after that, class equal to clear. Yeah, so this is my button tag. After this, the TD tag is getting closed. After the TD tag, the table row is also getting closed. After the table row, which is getting closed, we're going to start working with another table row. Okay, and in this table row, I'm going to create one more TD. So let's go and create another TD here, and inside this TD, I'll be having another button to be get created. So I'll just say this is my another button now. Input equal to button, value equal to 1. On click equal to, I'll be calling another function called display. Okay, and inside this we're giving the value called 1. Okay, and class equal to number. Class equal to number. And here after that the TD tag is getting closed. Okay, now we have to start another TD tag here. Okay, like that we have to keep on creating the multiple buttons. So let me copy and paste another table data. Now here again value equal to 2, on click equal to display, give the value called 2, and class equal to what? Number. Like that I'll keep on creating multiple buttons, but first check how it actually looks like it. Now I can see the buttons like in C 1, 2, 3, but yes, I'm going to create few more buttons one after another. Okay, so I'll go here and create few more buttons. So this is where the table data is getting closed. Okay, I'll copy this and paste it again. So I have to create the button like in 3, 4, something like that. So after this 2, we're giving the value called 3. Yeah, I'll give the value called 3. So value equal to 2, value equal to 3, display 3. And then afterwards, just giving the value called /. And here also we're going to give the value called /. And here class equal to operator. After that, we have to give the value called 4 and then followed by 5, 6, 7. So here we give 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. After 6, we're giving call minus. Okay. Once again, it will be what? Type of operator. Okay. After this minus, we'll be talking about call 7. Then we have to have 8. Okay. 9. Okay. After that, we're giving call plus and display plus class equal to operator. Okay. So here you can see the table data is getting closed, and here the table row is also getting closed. And after this table row, you can start working with another table row here. And after this table row, we can start working with again TD. Let me have this again. Inside this, I'll be giving the option called decimal, which is value equal to dot, and here we give the value called decimal. Okay. Now display 0. So after giving this dot, it will basically take what? The value 0, which we haven't put now. We'll be talking about value called 0. So here the decimal value we've given it, TD is getting closed. Let me have the other one. 0, 0. So like that, we have to give this now. After that, we'll be once again taking this, and this time rather than giving this 0, we'll be using this call as a button, and value equal to on click equal to solve. Okay, and in this solve will not be passing anything. It will like a normal function, and class equal to equal. Okay, so table data is getting closed, so we will be using another table data now. So here it will be the button only. Okay, we will be using value equal to multiplication, display asterisk, and here we'll be using operator. Okay, so table data is getting closed, table row is getting closed, table is also getting closed here. Okay, so your div tag is also getting closed here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's the only thing which we wanted to make. Let me try to refresh and check. Awesome. So we have got all those necessary calculator behavior which we wanted to reveal. Okay, now our next statement will be, once we are giving this C, then we have to call 1, 2, 3, and then forward slash followed by 4, 5, 6 will come down, Okay, so let me check whether we have used 6 or not. Okay, so we haven't used 6. So let me check here. 4, 5, 6. So let me go back here. 4, 5, 6. Let me copy this and paste it later on. Before minus 6 equal to number. Okay, so we're almost set now. So we are having this look and feel. In this we are giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after this we have a call minus and then plus related behavior. So we are all set now, and after that we'll be basically applying the CSS as well as the JavaScript look towards my code. Okay, thank you. Well everybody, we're all good to go now, but I just want to first check whether my this outlook is looking properly or not. See, what my expectation is, after 1, 2, 3 forward slash, I really want to bring 4, 5, 6 to the next, and then 7, 8, 9 and again forward slash, but I can think this is absolutely unorganized. So after this, when we say this forward slash which we have used after hyphen, okay, your TD is getting closed here. Okay, so here the TR I also want to close here. Okay, and after this TR I also want to start another TR here. Okay, so that I can put them into the another level now. So under this TR I can use this TD now. So after this minus, after 4, 5, 6 minus, once again I would like to start another table row here. Okay, so that it likes go to the next row. So here after TD we're closing this TR and starting another TR now. Okay, we're starting another TR. After that we talk about 7, 8, 9. Okay, plus, see here, talking about 7, 8, 9 plus, here the table row is getting closed and it is starting right now like this. See, that looks better now. Okay, but still few more things which I would like to make it even more organized, but that's not a problem. We will do it little later on. Okay, because you can see 8 is missing right now. So here 7, we copy this, equal to 8, 8. Yeah, that looks better now. So now they are basically completely organized. So the moment I expect my application, so we have a call dot here, then 0, then equal to, and then we have a call multiplication. Okay, so looks better now. Now I just would like to perform the overall look and feel. So I need to go ahead and use what CSS, because without CSS I really can't utilize this in a proper way. So I have to start working with the CSS front now. In CSS front, how to start? First we will go back to my code, and here in my CSS we'll start working with font family. But before font family, I would like to start with the body part now. Body, background color, I'm using called teal. That looks nice. Okay, so I will be using this app.css in my HTML to see the look how it is being appeared right now. So in my index.html file, on the top under my head section, link, style sheet, okay, now see, it looks better now. Going forward, in my CSS, we want to use some H1 color too. So here, we would like to use with the H1, text align, center, color, white, margin top would like to use 50 pixels. This is for H1. Let's check. Perfect. So it is now coming in between. Next statement will be called screen. So we say dot screen. So in this screen we use the background color gray, and after that border solid black and with 2 pixels. After that color white, font size medium. Next width, we are using this 100%. Then we talk about cursor. We'll be saying what the default cursor is. Okay. Then padding, we would like to say 10 pixels, and then margin, say auto. Then margin bottom, that I'll be using 10 pixels. So is the proper alignment. Okay. Look, that's how exactly we want. That's for a screen where the exact outcome will be visible to me. And rest of the details will be showing you one by one. Now we'll be talking about called input. Okay. Input type equal to button. For input type equal to button. Okay. Input type equal to button of type what? Hover. The moment I hover on my button, I say background color change to what? White, or else I can say white smoke. Okay. And when the button is active, what I want, let me copy input equal to button, and here I say active. In this color should be orange red. Like this. You can see now how it is basically looking like it. Okay, active, the color will be like this. Okay, I'll be talking about called operators. Operators should behave different. So I'm saying dot operator. In this operator we are saying background color orange. Okay, then padding, I want 5 pixels. Okay, then I want color, that should be black. After this I'm using called border. That border I'm using this called solid, and then black and 2 pixels. After this width I'm using 100%. Then height we're using 40 pixels. Then cursor, it has to be pointer type. Okay, that's it. Let's check. Perfect. So they should turn back to what? To your orange color. And you can see the moment I take my cursor on, it turns to white. Perfect. And now those who are type number, I also want to change them. So for number, I want to say the same option. Padding, I want 5 pixels. Then I need height of type 40 pixels. Then I say color. It looks, I want to say called black. Then border. Border, I want solid. Black and 2 pixels. Solid, black and 2 pixels. Then width, I would say width, I would say 100%. And cursor, once again, point. That is for number. Let's check. Awesome. So they looks nice. Now we left with few other type of options like a dot and equal to. Okay, that I'm talking about called decimal. For decimal, I need to have a different options with me. Okay, so let me try to copy this, paste it, and I say for decimal. So for decimal, background color will be light blue, padding 5 pixels, color black, border solid. Okay, black 2 pixels, width 100%, height 40 pixels, find and cursor, pointer. Perfect. Okay, looks nice, but I have changed the color to light blue now. Now I talk about clear. Okay, now come back and say clear. Okay, in this color, background color is I'm changed to light salmon. Light salmon. Padding 5 pixels, color black, border same, width 100%, height 40 pixels. Fine. So cursor, pointer, fine, margin, auto, and margin bottom. Margin bottom 10 pixels. Let's check. Perfect. Now it looks beautiful. Okay. Now here, after giving these details, we're talking about called equal part, dot equal. So for dot equal also, I'm just copying the same. So give a call, background color, padding color, just change to light green. Light green. And after this, since it is equal, so we say padding 5 pixels is okay, color black, fine, border, fine, width 100%, height 40 pixels, color and cursor pointers. Just I don't need to. It's for dot equal, and I want for container. Container. In this container, width I want 40%. Width 40%. Background color white. Okay. Now here padding is 15 pixels. So display block. So first of all we have called width. We say display block, which we're taking margin. Okay, in margin we are saying 100 pixels. Auto. Okay, now align cells equal to center. Okay, border radius. Border radius, which is say 10 pixels. Okay, now we're saying box shadow. Box shadow 5 pixels. black, and padding so these are the details I have it now. Okay, we have it. Background color, we are taking it now. Align self, display block, border radius, padding, and all. Padding 15 pixels we've given already. I don't need to give it again. Margin, okay, fine. Box shadow, let's try. Awesome. So it's looking beautiful now. Okay, so this is where exactly my application works like that. And table, when we talk about, here we're saying width 100%. Okay, that's it. Super. So it's now giving me the proper look of how my application should behave like. Just see about the container what we have done. With 40% we're taking background color. Let's bring it below. Then align self, display block, okay, margin, okay, and border radius, and fine. So I think we're all good now. So that's it. So we'll try and implement the JavaScript part. Well, everyone, so our CSS file is ready, our HTML is ready. It's time to just go ahead and talk about my final portion, that is called JS part, where I want to basically perform some calculators. Now here I just say function display which takes var as a parameter and say document dot get element by id. Here I'm saying result, okay, dot value, okay, plus equal to var. Whatever we are adding it, just it basically try to apply calculation on the top of that. Okay, that is the function. After that, we have another function available here called function solve. Here in the solve, we just use the value called let x equal to document dot get element by id result, okay, dot value, dot value, okay, and say let y equal to perform the calculations. For that, we'll be using one function called eval and type x as an parameter. Now the next statement will be again document dot get element by id result dot value equal to y. Okay, now later on I'll like to use another function here, function clear screen, and here we say document dot get element by id. Here we say result dot value equal to, like that. So clear screen, solve, and display, three functions are associated with me, and these three functions are the part of this JavaScript file which I'll be calling it at the end before the body tag get closed. So here script equal to app.js. That's it. Okay, let's try to execute now. Here 2, you can see the values. I will say plus 6 equal to 8. Absolutely. I say C is clear the screen. 6 divided by 2 equal to 3. Awesome. So friends, your calculator application is ready. Congratulations to all. So it is a very simplest form which we have developed. This is your HTML, which is a template for you. This is the CSS, which is your complete the area of like how the look and feel will look like in of this template beautification. And here last we have a JS, which is smaller logic but really meaningful. Okay.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the another very exciting project for our development in JavaScript that is known as called Weather Pro. It is in a continuation to the series of the previous project what we have developed in JavaScript, and this is once again a very competitive project I'm going to present to you, which is called Weather Pro, where I would like to offer you the real-time weather application into your browser taken from the real-time weather applications. Okay, so let's get started with the new development of our application, which is called a Weather Pro. Now once again, compared to the previous project what we have seen, these projects were working more a kind of static in nature, where like you talk about snake game, you talk about Tic Tac Toe, or other type of games like an online quiz, where the data was very much static in nature, but we were presenting the data in the form of more dynamic in nature. This time, this project we are presenting you while connecting with a real-time weather application, where I'll be making a one REST API call, or else you can say asynchronous call. And since JavaScript is working as about a pure asynchronous nature, you will be enjoying the way how the JavaScript can communicate with your backend, load the data, and represent the records in a very beautiful manner. So once again, we would need this VS Code editor only just to develop our code. And once again, for developing a presentation part, we'll be using HTML. For formatting part, we'll be using CSS, and to make some dynamic update, we'll be using JavaScript. Now here, I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Parallelly, I just want one more that is known as called app.css, and another file we need it, and that is called your JS file. So we are saying app.js file. So total number of 3 files are available to us. Now I'll start working with an HTML now, and here we'll start with this HTML templates. Now here, first of all, I would like to load my CSS file, which I do not have right now, but certainly I can use it. Okay, so I can just say link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to app.css. Well, that is my CSS location. Now I just want to create this link rel I would better use inside my head tag. That will be the more convenient place. Now in my body, I want to have some of the div tags, and there I can decide where the weather to be displayed. So I can just start with my div tag now. With my div tag, I say class equal to, I can just create a class which later on I can offer different size of or different type of style. So we can say container. So we're saying div class equal to container. Now within a div tag, we'll like to use another div tag, which is a nested one. So this div will have another class called class equal to app hyphen title. App hyphen title. In the same div tag, we can use this typical paragraph tag, and here we say weather info. Weather info. Now, after this paragraph tag, we want to have a text box, because I would expect a client to enter the detail on which city or for which city he or she would like to get the details. So we can say input some properties like ID equal to search, second type equal to text, next placeholder equal to enter the city Next, autocomplete. I'm saying autocomplete off. The reason because I do not want the previous value user can see. In this case, we can say autocomplete off. I do not want any autocomplete in this. Okay. Now, here it is getting close now. After that, we also want the locations. For that, I may use some of the PNG files and all. But right now, I just want to display the details of the user, like which city he belongs to, and accordingly I can display the records right in your application. So for that I really need some of the div tags once again, where I can display the details of this particular city. So I'm just having this only text box. Let me go back and check how it looks. So I have a call, enter the city. So here I'll be picking up the city, and somewhere down the line I have to display the records. So after this div, we can also have some of the locations to be displayed. So we can just use the notifications and also the location where you want the details to be displayed. Okay, so we can use div class equal to temperature value, temperature hyphen value. Okay, so div class equal to temperature hyphen value. Inside this I'll be using paragraph tag, and here in my paragraph I'll say hyphen and this degree centigrade or whatever you want to display it here, and we'll use a span tag within this and show in degree centigrade. That's it. And if you want to define the temperature description, after this div tag we can use another div tag, and inside my div tag I can define the temperature description. Okay, so we can say div class equal to temperature hyphen description, temperature hyphen description, and within this I'll be using what, a paragraph tag. Here I'll be displaying all the description. So right now that is the only thing which I want. Let me check. Okay, so it's here right now. So now let me try to collect the value from the client and perform some JavaScript tag within this. Okay, now it's time for us to go back and try to bring some of the CSS features into my code now. Now, few things I would like to say is I have basically downloaded some fonts which I would like to use it in my application, and I also have some of the icons which I would like to use during my application presentation. So there are some PNG files are there which I've downloaded from the internet just to bring more beautiful experience towards my application development. Well, this is another background image which is called bg.jpg, which I would like to make it as a background of my existing application. So I'll start with my CSS and see how this CSS can really bring some new features to my code. Well, first thing I need to have a called font face. So to make this font face, we are using this statement name called here @font face, and I like to use font family. Font family I'm using Montserrat. Okay, it is already there with me, Montserrat, and the URL what is looking forward for, so we are saying src URL, and I'm saying under the font, so we have a file called ttf. Okay, that is called bold.ttf. that is the file which is there with me. Next thing, so for every location I want to use the font family, font hyphen family, I want to use same Montserrat. And the next thing is like in my body. So in my body, few details like background image, I need URL, and in this URL we can say bg.jpg. in my background. Next thing is background color, that I need it still blue. Then I need height, I'll say 500 pixels. Next, your background position, this I need it is center. Next is your background repeat, I say no repeat. Next is your background size, this I'm saying cover. This is my body part. Okay, let's check. Okay, looks awesome now. You see this now. This is how my weather info is looking like it. You can see like the background looks awesome now. Now, next thing we require a container. So we are saying dot container. Container we say width 50%. Next, background color, we're just using white. Next, we need it is your align self, that will be center. Display will be block. Margin, so in margin we can say 100 pixels. After that, border radius, we are saying 10 pixels. And then padding bottom, this padding bottom will be 50 pixels. Then box shadow, this box shadow we are giving 5 pixels, 10 pixels, 20 pixels, and black. This will be with my container. So index.html file we have a called container. Now, okay, looks awesome now. So this is where exactly the details will be. Okay, now after this CSS container we have used, we can talk about called title. You can say app-title. Inside this we will say width will be 100%. Then height will be 150 pixels. Then border radius 10 pixels. Then we need display we need flex, and then we need align items. This align items we are just saying center. Next we need justify content, that will be the justify content will be just center. Then flex direction would be column. So this option we are using for our tool name called what? app-title. Okay, so here in my index.html file we have a called div class equal to what? app-title p equal to weather info. Let's check. Okay, so this is the another we have used, that is called app title. Now we need to use it for paragraph. Inside my app title, what should be alignment for my paragraph? So here, this app title is space p, but it should be the class. So we are saying dot, and there also we have to use what? Dot, because both have to be the class type. Okay, so here you can see now there is a difference. I forgot to add dot, and now you can see it looks better comparatively. Paragraph. So once again, in my paragraph, I'll be having text align, center, padding. I want 15 pixels. Then I need margin. Margin would be 0 and auto, followed by font size. Font size. This I'm saying is called 1.2. Yeah. This is position. Then color. Here giving hash value call 333. Okay. Now here. Okay. So some changes in a paragraph. Well, going forward for the search, because if you remember, we have an index.html file, we have a call id equal to what? Search. So here in my app.css, I have to use hash search. Okay. So this search conditions, I want to use it. Now, inside my search, I need few things. One is called display. I need block. After that, I need margin left, auto, margin right, auto, width. I'm looking forward for 5 pixels. Height, that I'm looking forward for 20 pixels. Then border radius, I'm looking forward for 5 pixels. Then outline, that is called none. When we say border, okay, in this border what we can say 3 pixels, space solid, okay, and once again sea blue. That's what. Let's check. So this is actually the text box. So once again, search you use display block, margin left auto, margin right auto, width 5 pixels, width, padding, sorry, one thing I said, padding should be 5 pixels, width should be 40%. That's why it is smaller. Width it will be 40%. Let's check. Yeah, that's look better now. Okay, so my text box is now ready. I'll be having some of the details for the notifications also. So what I need for the notifications, let me go back and create a class for notification. So dot notification. Okay, now in the notifications I would like to give some value called background color, and in this background color we are just giving white, and after that we are saying display, and we are saying none. This is for notification, and followed by the notification, we're talking about the same notification. Okay, and followed by its paragraph. We are giving the color. First of all, we are saying color. Color is basically red. Okay, or else if you want to give maroon, it will be maroon. And after this, the next property we are taking is called font size. Font size we are taking is called 1.2 em, followed by margin. Margin we are taking is 0. After that, text align, center, padding 10 pixels, 0. So this is for notification P. And then the weather container, okay, In my weather container, I will say width 100%. Sorry. Yeah, width 100%, height we're giving 260 pixels, or if to you 250 pixels if you want. Background color, this background color we are giving is called once again white, and followed by margin top 20 pixels. This is for weather container. Now for the weather icon, weather icon, I'm saying width is 100% and height 128 pixels, just to give a better look. Now the next thing, we're using dot weather icon space img. Here we're getting display none, and sorry, display not none, I will say rather block, display block, and margin giving 0 space auto. That's for icon. And location icon, if I want to give, then location icon. This location icon I can say same width, height. So width I'm giving is 100%, then height I'm giving 40 pixels, and then we give this option called padding, then 10 pixels. So it's for location icon. Now followed by location icon, we are also giving call location icon img. Okay, dot location icon space img. Here we're giving the value called display block, width we're giving is called 32 pixels, and then we're looking forward for margin would be 10 pixels, and auto. Then cursor, so cursor will be pointer for sure, and then we require padding we're looking forward for 5 pixels, followed by border we are looking forward for steel blue solid, and 2 pixels. Then border radius we're looking forward for 10 pixels, and followed by your color steel blue. So these are the look and feel we have to basically offer it for my current application, which I yet to discuss in my next development. Then I'll be having some small properties here. Okay, and those properties are nothing but to give you the details of like temperature values. So we say dot temperature hyphen value. Okay, this temperature hyphen value we can give width is 100%, and height we give this called 60 pixels. Okay, this is for temperature value. Let me copy this again, and I'm giving this temperature value space paragraph. Here I'm gonna give padding 0, margin 0, then color, which color you're looking forward for, so we can just say dark gray. Okay, or any color which you're looking forward for, it's up to you now. But if you want, you can change the color also to the another one. We're giving this called hash 293. Okay, 251. Okay, that is a more perfect color for this development. Now font size 4 EM, then followed by text align, and once again center. So this is for temperature value P. We haven't used much, but you can see now it looks somewhere in much more better way. Okay, that is called temperature value P. Then you can use a temperature value span here, dot temperature value span space span, and here we'll remove the additional dot. Now within this span, say color, once again same, and font size this is for span, and in the same temperature description paragraph you can use it dot temperature hyphen description space P. So this will be having the padding of 8 pixels, then margin 0, followed by color, same color, the one which we have used it earlier, after this color just a text align, center, font size 1.2 EM. This is for temperature description. Okay, last which is available for your location. So let me give the location now, dot location space P. Here we can say margin 0, then padding 0, then color, same color I would like to use. After this color, text align and font size. I'll copy, text align center, and here we'll be giving some different value called 0.8. Okay, and last which is left with called div. In that relative, here position I'll be using absolute, top, from top I'm using 600 pixels. Okay, and right I'm using 120 pixels. That's it. Okay, so all set. So you can see now here we have to basically offer the details how my pictures will be taken it out. So this is what my CSS. Now we'll be applying some of the CSS into my HTML to see how it really looks like it.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Okay, so we have seen some of the CSS classes we have introduced. In my HTML, we have used this autocomplete equal to off, then we have used div class equal to temperature value. Okay, if you just check carefully, we have used this temperature, and div we have used temperature hyphen value. But before that, we would like to use some other properties too. Okay, after this autocomplete equal to off, we want to use another div class. okay, before my previous div tag is closed here. So here, after this, we would like to use another div tag, div. Here in my div, I'll say class equal to location hyphen icon. Location hyphen icon. Okay, and here I'll be using img src equal to what? Under icons, I'm using the file name called location.png, and alt equal to, we leave it as it is, a blank. Okay, now here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, now there's another div tag is getting closed here. So two div tags are closed. After that, we'll be using another div class for notification. Here div class equal to notification. Div class equal to notification, and this div tag is getting closed right here. Okay, now another div for the weather condition, another div tag, and here we say class equal to weather hyphen condition. Weather hyphen what? A condition, or I can say weather hyphen container, whichever. So I can say weather hyphen container. Under this weather container, I like to use another div for weather icon, div for class equal to weather hyphen icon, weather hyphen icon, and within this I want to use another img src equal to, once again, icons slash unknown dot png. Okay, div tag is getting closed. So after this div tag is closed, I'm going to use temperature value. So the temperature value is anyways used here. If you see, using call temperature value after the first div tag is closed, you see like temperature value we have used. After that, the paragraph tag and the temperature hyphen description p. After the p, there's a div tag is getting closed. Okay, and after this, we are using div class equal to location. So we want to use div class equal to location, and within this location we want to use one more paragraph tag with this hyphen. After this paragraph, it's closed. This div tag, and another div tag. 3 div tags are closed. That's it. And at the last, before my body tag is closed, I would like to use script src equal to app.js. That's it. Let's check. Great, my application looks pretty beautiful now. So this I want to be displayed only when I don't find the weather and the location and all. So look and feel is absolutely good. And now I'll start working on my JavaScript front. Okay, so let's go ahead and start writing our JavaScript code. So in just JavaScript code, first of all, I need few things. First thing what I need is call individual elements or individual properties of my application. I need const icon element equal to document dot query selector, and I'll be using the name call dot weather hyphen icon. Okay, now copy this Now we will call icon element, we can say location icon. Call location icon. Here we are saying dot location hyphen icon. Now next I need it is called temp element. Here we are using the property call dot temperature hyphen value space p. Next we are looking forward for DESC element, which is called description. Here we are giving temperature hyphen description hyphen temperature hyphen description space what p. Then location element okay, we need a location element and we use dot location space p. Next we need notification element and here we're going to give the call notification. So 4 properties we have taken. So we are selecting all the elements. Next statement what we're going to talk about. See, this statement is all about selecting the elements. The next step we are talking about call get the input field. So we are saying var input equal to document dot get element by id. Here we give the name called search, which is the name or id of my text box. Let city equal to blank. Next we're going to give call let latitude equal to 0.0. We are initializing this value, and let longitude equal to again 0.0. So we are getting the coordinates right now. So this is how to get the input fields. Next we want to apply the events here. We are saying input the variable dot add event listener. The variable what we're talking about, which event listener we're talking about, key up, and what event you want to apply. So we are saying function with a parameter name called what, event, and now we would like to attach the logic. Now we are saying if what is the condition, event dot key code equal to 30. Okay, then that means number 13 is basically the enter. See, the key code means what, 13 represent the enter keyword. So event dot key code equal to what, 13. So we are saying event dot prevent default. Why we are using this? Because I do not want my page to be get refreshed. Just to avoid this, we are using this. And after that we are saying city equal to input dot value. Now you'll be using this another function because I do not have function created. Otherwise I have to call the function name called get search weather and we'll be passing this as a parameter. So we're using get search weather. I do not have this function, I yet to create this, and pass it here as a what, city, and we say console dot log city, whatever we are basically printing it. Okay, so that is the first thing. Later on we need to get the data. So to get the data we are just using this variable name called const weather equal to const weather equal to curly braces. After that we are saying weather dot temperature equal to this. And which temperature conditions you want? I'm saying unit of type what? Celsius. I want it in Celsius. Put it in double quotes. Okay. So next statement will be getting the details in Kelvin. I'm saying const Kelvin equal to value of the Kelvin is what? 273. And after that, const C. Ultimately what we need is we need to interact with our backend API from where I will get or receive the updated weather applications. Okay. Now to get this, I'll be using one very popular API here that is known as called openweathermap.org. This is one very popular app which people use it, and it's used and trusted by many companies. Clear? So here what you can do, this openweathermap.org, so you need to basically first of all get yourself registered, because if any third-party application is interacting, it requires that particular unique API key. Since as a visitor you really can't get it unless you register yourself, so I have my API key with me. So I'll go here, it'll ask me for the registration. So I already signed up, so if you're not, you need to sign it. There's an API key for me which I need to copy, and this API key I'll be using it in my project. So I just use this property called const key equal to paste my key here. Okay, after this pasting the key, but make sure that you're rather using my key, you use your key, otherwise this application sometimes won't work. So I'm basically trying to use this tool name called geolocation. I'm saying if geolocation, okay, in navigator is, there's a browser object model element. So here we are using navigator, okay, navigator dot geolocation dot get current position, in which I'll be passing the first parameter name called what? Set position, and second parameter will be show error, in case if any error is received. Okay, else, in this else condition what would happen? I'm using this statement name called notification element. You see this notification element dot style dot notification element dot get elements by class name, but I don't need this, rather I will use what? The style dot display equal to block. Then I'll be using the same notification element dot inner HTML equal to, you're gonna use a paragraph saying what? Browser doesn't support, so you have to enable the current location of yours. Okay, that's where exactly. So after that we have to basically set what? The user position. Okay, if the user is having that support available. So after this location we'll be just using another function here, function set position. I'll be taking position as a parameter and take latitude latitude equal to position dot chords for coordinates dot latitude, okay, like that. Longitude equal to what? Position dot chords dot longitude. After this, we'll be using this function called what? Get weather. So this get weather will be the function in which you will be passing it. So this function will be soon seen. I'll be having it defined below. But as of now, we are just saying get weather, and in which this we are passing latitude and longitude. That's it. So we have this function name called what? Set position, in which we'll be passing all the values. Okay. At the same time, I'll be using one more function here, that is called function. Not function, in fact, I would like to use location icon, the one which you defined at the top, dot add event listener. Which event listener? I'm saying on click. Second function which take event as a parameter, and inside this I'm saying console, just to confirm whether the records are being taken. Console.log hey just, and we say get weather. Okay, once again we'll be passing what? Latitude and longitude. Same, I just copy this and pasted it here. Okay everyone, so we have written till here. When I try to run my browser, so I should see there is a message name called show error is not defined. But obvious, because this message what we're writing it here is called show error. Okay, this as a function, as a parameter, it is not defined. Let me define this function called show error. So we are saying function show error, which take error as an, just take error as a parameter. Now in this we are using notification dot style dot display equal to what? Block. After that, once again, notification element dot inner HTML equal to what? We're just using this as a paragraph, and here error dot message. Okay, and after that paragraph. So this is how we are basically writing it down. And now see, it is immediately asking you to know your location. Okay, if I say allow, that's okay. Okay, so nothing. You can see now it is saying get weather is not defined, because right now the moment I click on this, so it is saying like get weather is not defined. But obvious, because I told you this get weather function I need to develop. So I get to develop this function called get weather, but before that I'm using another function called function get search weather. Get search weather, in which I'll be passing what? City name. Now what exactly my API will be, in case if I want to make a call, I will be using let API equal to, now the URL will be what? http :/API dot open weathermap.org. Now open weathermap.org slash data slash 2.5, that is a version, slash weather, okay, question mark. I have to take the city dynamically, so I'm saying weather question mark q equal to, here we're using what? City and we're using ampersand app id equal to the one app id we have used it already. Okay, what is that? That key. So that is a key which we've already written. That app id we are passing it right over here. Okay, q equal to city and app id equal to this. Now after that, to make the RESTful API call, I'll be using one independent or by default API which is available to us, that is known as called what? Fetch. Okay, so if you just check this fetch, it is basically a take request info and give you the what? A promise response. So return type will be the promise type. In this fetch I'll be passing what? The API, and we'll be using dot then means if the request is successful, we are saying function response. Then function is a parameter response, we are saying let data equal to response dot, I'm expecting the response of type of what? JSON. We're saying JSON now, and return what? Data. So it will be returning data back to me. Now if it is successful, then what? Then I'm saying dot, then once again it is chaining, again function, again data as a parameter. Now in this case we'll be getting a lot of things. I'm saying weather, okay, dot temperature, it's a predefined, dot value equal to, I'm using what? Math dot floor. Inside this we are passing what? Data dot main dot temp. It is a predefined property, we are receiving it now, hyphen Kelvin. Whatever the Kelvin value is, basically we're taking is called 273 on the top, minus Kelvin, followed by another property, what? Weather dot description, weather dot description equal to, we're using data dot weather 0th position because it contains a lot of data, but I will be taking what? Description out of that. Then weather dot icon id, weather dot icon id equal to data dot weather dot icon, then dot icon, then once again weather dot city, okay, equal to data dot name. After this, weather dot country dot equal to data dot sys dot. So these are the properties, I have it right now with me. Okay, and once I received all the property, I'll be using dot, then I'll be using one function, and I will say what? Display. There is no function written called display weather, but I'm gonna say there's a one function name called display weather. This function I yet to write, but this function I'm just putting it here. Okay, now this is closed. After that, since I need to get a weather from the API provider, so I have to also pass what? The latitude and longitude, which I'm receiving it from the client, because here I just want to have two things, the properties as well as weather, both, and both I'll be using it one by one. Okay, so here we have kept this get search weather, and now I'll be calling one more function after this logic, and I'm giving the name called function get weather. Okay, it takes two parameters, one is called what? Latitude, and second is called longitude. So we have two things called latitude and longitude. and here I'm using this property called what, let API equal to, once again if you remember I have used this statement. I'll just copy the same and pass it here, but challenge would be this time I will not be passing city name because there are two options are available. Either you type the city name or else you click on the icon and let your application identify the location which you belong to. So after this weather question mark, here I will not be using Q, I'll be using what, LAT equal to latitude, okay, and we're using and LON equal to we're using longitude, okay, and app ID equal to what, key. So this is the variable which we have it now, okay. Now similar thing which we have used it on the top, okay, called fetch API. So I just copy this same fetch API again because I really don't want to waste time on keep on typing the code when we know it very well. It can be similarly done. I just copy and paste it here. So the same fetch API dot then response data equal to response dot JSON return data, then weather dot temperature mat dot floor says country dot display weather. So we have used the same thing here, and after that we have to use the last function here that is called display weather. Display weather, and here in my display weather I can use what, icon element dot inner HTML equal to, I'll be using img src equal to icons slash dollar, and we'll be passing what, weather, okay, dot icon ID, okay, dot png, okay. So that we are basically putting it here, dot png, and after that we're just closing that, okay. And this icon we also needs to close here, so rather than closing this I'll be closing that, and this I'll be closing it here. Now we'll be using temp element dot inner HTML equal to what, we'll be using this dollar weather dot temperature dot value, okay. And after this value we can just use this asterisk sign, the one which I told you, okay, and use span, okay. Next we are using called talk element, so we have DAC element, so we have called DAC element dot inner HTML equal to weather dot description, and last but not least location element dot inner HTML equal to what, I'll be using once again this, and here weather dot city comma dollar weather dot, that's it. These two properties we have to use it, and we are all done. Let's check with my code if I get any error. Now allow, so Awesome. You can see now 27 broken clouds, globe undefined, that's perfectly fine. Intercity. You can see, awesome, beautifully it is showing you the conditions. It's saying smoke 28 degrees centigrade and all. Let me put another city here. I'm gonna say called Pune. Awesome, your application is working perfectly fine. And let's see one more. I would say awesome. And now we are planning to develop one very special game for you in JavaScript. And now it's time to talk about another very interesting game that is known called Tic Tac. Tic Tac Toe is world's favorite game. We have already played a lot in our childhood days and it's still my favorite game. So I have decided to basically offer you this Tic Tac Toe game developed in JavaScript, HTML plus CSS, which can create something really very great effects for the end users. So let's go and start developing our next game that's called Tic Tac Toe. So in this Tic Tac Toe, I will start working with creating a folder called Tic Tac, and inside this I'm going to create a new file name called index.html. Now here onwards the same thing, I'll be creating this HTML tags, and now here onwards we want our some classes for headers and footer, but so we're going to create some div tag now. So in this div tag I'll be creating some of the tags in which the CSS class will be applied. So we're just going to create a classes, we're going to just use those classes, but we'll create it later on. So just go ahead and create those. So we are saying div. Okay, so now this point onwards is my first div tag. Inside this I'll keep my h1 tag, and under this h1 I will be offering some of the headings which will be useful to contain some necessary information with regards to this game. So div, here we say h1, and inside this h1 we give the message called class equal to header, and here I'll give the name called is a Tic Tac Toe game. After this div class, here we will start working with our form tag. Within my form tag I will start my div. After div tag I will use label, so label for player 1, or else I can say player 1, and inside this let's give the name called player 1. Label is closed, and after this label we'll start working with our input tag, input. Now in this input, what are the details I need? First I need called type equal to text number 1. Second, placeholder equal to enter name. Next, name equal to player 1. Next we want id equal to player 1, and then any class if I want to apply. Anyways, we're going to close this. This is my first text box, and same thing I would like to create for my another one. So the first div tag we have used, let me go and create another div tag. In this div tag I'll use the same label, copy the same, paste it here, and this is for player 2. So we have this 2 players with me, and after this div tag I'll offer the submit button now. Input up to submit. Start game. Now the form tag is closed here, div tag is also closed, So you want the div tag to be closed or before that, that's up to you now. So here we have a called div class, whichever we have taken. So if you want, you can basically put it later or before, whatever. So we have a basically form tag with us. So form tag is there. Later on you can just show some containers where the details will be visible to me. So here after the form tag, let me try to offer, but first check whether it's really working fine. So here we have this option called enter name after this Tic Tac Toe. So here the details we have taken, input type blue text and input type blue text. Okay, so two values we are taking now, and accordingly we will go ahead now finally. After the form tag, we would like to start with working with the div tag again. Div, and inside this div, since I haven't created any CSS classes, so those we can use it little later on, but let's have this div, and inside this div I would like to use one more div tag. Okay, and here we want to use one more div tag. So inside this div we will be using one more div tag. So in this div we can just give the value called data id equal to 0, id equal to 0. It's just the value we're passing it. Div data id equal to 0. The div tag is getting closed. Fine. So that's how we want it now. So here the first div tag is closed. Like that we can create another data id. So 0, 1, 2, total number of 3 we want to create it. So I want to create 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. So the way we have created here, for this div, let's go and create one more div tag, id equal to 1, 2. 3 options we have it now. Okay, like that I can keep on creating the others also. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Total number of 5 we have created. One more I would like to create it now here for 6. There will be no difference because we haven't changed anything here. Okay, so the div tag is getting closed here. Okay, and that's it. And if you want to create some clear board or button, that you can basically offer it a little later on, but here we can use one more div, and here we say div class equal to relative, and within this div tag I can use any image tag if I want. So I just leave it as it is, and after this I can create one more div tag, and inside this another div, okay, and under this I'm going to create a button. Okay, and in this button we'll be having some value. Okay, we can give the value name called replay. This button is created, and now we can create a clear board span, and here is a clear board. That's it. Okay, so here is just a small game I want to develop it. Better. Now there's no user interface has been used. So this user interface will be using it later on by offering them a pure look and feel, so that it gives me more better look when your application will start. But most importantly, I need to start working with the JavaScript part where the logic will get calculated here. Okay, so we want to start with the JavaScript, so let's get included the JavaScript in my code. So here I can say here a script tag, a script equal to, now the file I haven't created, so let it be as it is. That's it. So this is my script tag, and let me try to include my style sheet also. So I just say link rel equals style sheet, and give the name called app.css, though I haven't created, but I'm giving it. Okay, that's it. So we have taken this HTML into our consideration. Now we'll be creating this CSS as well as the JavaScript to make this example complete. Well, we are ready with our HTML. Now it's time to basically go back and spend time on our JavaScript. So we're going to create a new file now with the name called app.js, and inside this we will start writing the logic with our main application. Okay, now the first thing is how we're going to start now. Yeah, so first thing what we need to do is we need to attach window dot add event listener, and when the window will load, some logic should happen. So I'm saying load. Second is the name of the function. So the name of the function perhaps does not exist, but I can give the name called app, which I'm going to create it shortly. Now here, first of all, let me try to create a game board. I'm saying let game board equal to, now let me have some of the values, because it is 8-digit, so we just make it like that, and one more for making it 9. Okay, so that's how we're going to create it now. Okay, now this is all empty right now. After that, we're going to create let turn, just a new variable, equal to 0. What this is, it keep tracking if X or 0 player its turn, like which player turns it to be. So just it is trying to mention it. I'm saying let winner equal to false. Okay, now let's go and create the player. So create player. How are you going to create a player? We say const player equal to, what we're going to pass, name. Okay, equal to, now inside this we can say name equal to name. Next we say return name. That's it. Okay, after that I'm defining let player x equal to player with the empty value, and again player y equal to player as an empty value. Now let's try to initialize the app. Okay, initialize. Now inside this initialize app, we're going to create a new function. Function app, and inside this we're going to create a like by saying let input field equal to, first of all, document dot get element by id. Here we're going to take the class name of this particular text field, so we are saying input hyphen field, okay, dot false. Okay, now after this we have to say const add players equal to, once again, document dot get element by id. We will just give the name called player form. Okay, next we are saying add player, okay, dot add event listener. We want to attach the event, on which event, submit event, and what logic, add players. Okay, players in BTL. Okay, it will just the name, we are basically taking that, and here we say, sorry, replay button dot add event listener, which event I want to say, click. Okay, that is the first event. Second, reset board, reset board. That we are basically passing that. Okay, now this is the initial case which we have it. Now beyond that I will add, this is the players what we have added it right now. Let's like to add the players. So this is how we have initialized. After that, let's add players. How to basically add the players? Here we have to just define the function add players. Okay, which will take event as a parameter and say event dot prevent default. This prevent default will try to prevent the default behavior which is submitting to be get avoided. And now here we say if this dot player 1, so we just define the property called player 1. If this dot player 1 dot what value, okay, is blank, okay, or this dot player 2, sorry, this dot player 2. Now I just want to find it out its value also, value blank. Then what I should do? In this case I'm saying alert, you must enter a name for each field. The user has to add the values, and after that return. Okay, now the next thing is like we would like to select the players in this inside this by saying const player form container. Again, const player from container equal to document dot query selector, document dot query selector. Here we will just pass the value called enter
hyphen players. Okay, now we say const board main equal to document dot once again query selector board underscore main. Okay, after that player form container dot class list dot class list dot add. Here we're giving the name called what? Height container. Height hyphen container. And after that you just say board main dot class list dot remove height hyphen container. Okay, so we have basically taken that. And after this, what I will do, I'll just say player x dot name equal to this dot player 1 dot value. Okay, this for player x. Copy this. Player y 2. And after that, that's it. So we have done it now. So we'll be calling other functions one by one, but that is the first thing which we have implemented. Well, so add player function is added right now, and after this add player we have to basically call one more, that is called, which returns the current player. So I'm saying return current player, and here what I will do is we'll just write function, and here we say current player, and in this current player what we will do is we will say return turn just variable, okay, percentile 2, we're just adding it with this 0. Okay, if it is, then x turn, I'm telling you, okay, or else so we are adding like the current player. Who says the current player right now? Well, after this adding the return current player, we're going to add the other function that is known as called return the current player. Return current player is having this value, and after that we need to say resize the square in event browser is resized. Once again, if the browser is getting resized, automatically the square size of your Tic Tac Toe should also get increased. So we just say resize squares, and here we're gonna say this option equal window dot add event listener. Now we have a call option called resize here, and the second parameter what we are passing is called on resize. Okay, on resize. Now let's try to add it. After this we are writing this function called function on resize. That is the function name for me, the one which we are passing into the second parameter. We are saying let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. In this we are passing board underscore cell. Okay, and then we're using another option called what? Let cell height
equal to all cells with the position, okay, dot of set width, of set width. After that we are saying all cells dot for each. Here we are passing cell, and after that we are using cell dot style dot height equal to, now he'll be using this backtick and use this dollar sign and say cell height, and that too in a pixel. So this will be taking the dynamic values. Okay, that's it over. Now we have to just launch our build board. Now build board, build board. So how are we gonna build our board now? For this we are saying function build board, and inside this build board we will see this option called let reset container equal to document dot, once again query selector, and pass the value called dot reset. Okay, and after that we are saying reset container dot class list dot remove, and we are passing the value called reset hyphen hidden, this value. And after that we may call some other type of functions also. Okay, so for those functions I can say first will be called on resize, after that we are calling add cell click listener, but I do not have that function with me. These functions we need to create it by our own. Okay, so we will just leave those for a time being. Let's go back and create another functions now. So we just want to write another event with cell click event for player to attempt to make move. So here we are trying to say cell click event for player to attempt to make move. Now this function we need to create it, so we just say function now, we just say function and give the name of the function to make move. Now function make move, it takes event as a parameter, and here we are saying console. Let's go back and try to check the another condition, that is called let current cell equal to %, because we have to read the value from there, and here we are saying what, event dot current target, sorry, event dot current target dot first element child, okay, dot dataset dot id. So we're reading these values. After that we use another variable called let cell to add token. Now here we are typing document dot query selector, and here in using backtick I'm using this value called data hyphen id, okay, equal to, here we are using once again in a single quotes dollar current cell. Okay, so this value we are taking it like that. After that, we are using this situation called if cell to add token dot inner HTML exclamatory mark blank. Once again, if cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what next? So cell to add token dot inner HTML equal to blank, then what you should do? I'm saying console dot log and give the value the one which you want. Okay, so in this console.log, what value we can give it? Cell to add token, we have it. It is taking this value to the current cell dot inner HTML console.log, and inside my console.log we can say this cell is already taken. So values are already taken for this, and now we will be returning those values. After that, we will be using else condition, and here we use once again if current player, okay, is X, then we'll be using this option called cell. See, we have this property option available called cell to add token. So we are saying cell to add token, okay, dot text content equal to current player. Okay, and we say game board, the one which you have created, pass in this game board this value called current cell, and in this current cell value will be equal to X. Okay, else we can say cell to add token dot text content equal to current player, okay, and say game board current cell equal to like this. Okay, so here we are adding the values like that. So it is closed. After that, we can just use the function name called isWinner to check whether the user is winner or not. So we are saying is winner, okay, and after that we are saying turn plus plus. After that we are saying change. We do not have the function name called change board header names. Okay, so it's just like that we're giving it. So as usual, we can leave this function for a time being, and we'll call this little later on. So leave it as a for a time being. Okay, so your function is now ready. So the next thing what we need to check whether it is tie or not. Okay, so we are saying function check if tie. We're just checking the function whether this game is tie or not. So here we say if the condition is turn greater than 7, alert, game over. Okay, we can say game over, or else we can say a tie. Okay, well, after that we are saying winner. Function is winner. Now what we will check is we will check const winning sequences. Winning sequences, and here we are having this array and having the different conditions associated. We say 0, 1, 2, probability we are checking it, and then I just copy it. Well, we are saying 0, 1, 2, and here we are saying 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 0, 3, 6 again, 0, 3, 6, and once again 1, 4, 7, 4, 7, and next we have a call 258, 8, then we are checking the value called 048, 8, and one more last option we'll put is called 246, 6. So these conditions we are adding it now. After this array we can say winning sequences dot for each, and give the name called winning combos. Winning combos. And inside this winning combos we are giving let cell1 equal to winning combos position 0, then let copy and paste 3 times, cell 2, cell 3, and here we get the value called what? 1, 2, 3 values we're giving it, and after that we are checking the condition. Let's say if, and here the conditions we are checking. What exactly that will be? For the game board we are saying game board cell 1, current player ampersand come down, game board cell 2. I just also copy this the same line and paste it multiple times. Now here we are checking the condition for cell 2 and cell 3 and cell 3, and after that we are starting the position. So after that we are starting the position call by calling this condition call const cells and then equal to document dot get element by document dot query selector all, and here let's select the position dot board underscore cell. Okay, then after that we will be using cells dot for each cell, and inside this what we are passing, we are saying let cell id equal to cell dot first element child. Okay, dot dataset dot id. So this is the value which we are basically adding it now, and we are using one more if condition. We are saying if cell id, now we are talking about call cell id triple equal to cell 1 or cell id cell 2 or cell ID equal to cell 3. Okay, and in that case we can use cell dot class list dot add, give the name called board, just give the class name winner. So here we'll be giving the winner, and a part of that we can use the other conditions too. Okay, so here it is adding the value, and now let's say let current player equal to document dot get element by id. So you can basically define it. So current player you want, so we can use the current player or whichever conditions you want. So here we use what? The cell winner. Now small change, rather than using current player we can use the current player text. A new variable we are creating it, current player text document dot, rather than saying get element by id we can say query selector, and in this query selector we'll be giving the value by saying dot board player hyphen term, the value which we are giving it here. And that query selector value which we are given this, let me try to put it in a parenthesis like this. Okay, now here we just check if current player x, then what? Then in this case we can say current player, what is the value we are using? Current player text dot inner HTML equal to, now we can define the value whichever you want to offer it. We just use a condition called div class equal to okay, so we are saying congratulations. Okay, and here we say congratulations along with dollar sign, and here we pass player by dot name, and here the div tag is getting closed like this. Okay, so that's the message we are basically printing it, and after that we give this value and say this message called winner equal to true, and after that if you want to apply remove that function we haven't written, we'll be talking about a little later on, and just say return true again. So your function is ready now, and later on we can just check the condition if winner, if winner, or we can say check if tie and return false. That's it. Now in a continuation to this example, we're gonna develop another function which the name is called change board header names. So let's continue by defining the new function called function change board header names. So this change board header names will be the new function for us, and here we would like to check whether the user is winner or not. So here we say if not winner, then what? Then in that case we have to say let current player text equal to document dot query selector. In this we'll be getting the details like dot board, and here we're gonna give the name called player and hyphen turn. Player hyphen turn. Now later on, after this particular variable, we have to just check the condition by saying if current player equal to x, if the position is x, sorry, let me try to put it in capital letter here, x, then we have to say current player dot inner HTML equal to, now here we have to just use the same option called backticks because I want to go multi-lines. That's the benefit of this backtick. And here we say in our inner HTML span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style, close this, and here we want to use the statement. Now this value we want to write it with name attribute, so it is getting closed, and here we are saying dollar with this player x dot name, and then close the span tag, and we say you are up, like this. And after that we say div class equal to, we're just going to create a class which later on we can apply the CSS style on the top of that, u hyphen r hyphen winner, and here we say closing the div tag. So the div tag is closed. That's it. And now after this line, what next we have this called else condition. Else. What else? Here we say current player text dot inner HTML equal to, after this we're going to write the span class equal to, here we say name hyphen hyphen, same option we're going to use it. So in this condition, so winner conditions, so let me try to copy the same rather than copying it again and again. I'll just copy the whole text. Span class equal to name hyphen hyphen style player, rather than saying x we have to use y, you are up, you are winner. Okay, so here it's getting closed. Well, after this what we have to do, create another function called reset board. Function reset board. Now in this function reset board we just say console.log a small message resetting is added. Now afterwards we will be using the game board, and the same game board what we have used it earlier, I'll be using the same conditions. On the top, if you remember, that was the game board for me, so I'll be using the same game board. Let me copy this, yeah, with the same condition. Okay, game board equal to this. After that line we will say let cell to add token equal to document dot query selector all. Here in this I'll be using another class called letter. Now cell to add token, whichever we've used, dot for each square, and within this square we would like to use square dot text content equal to blank. After that, square dot parent element dot class list dot remove, and here we would like to say board, okay, underscore cell winner. So these classes we yet to create, because these CSS classes we are just using this, but we haven't created. We'll be using it little later on. So that was the point. Now after that, we are defining the turn value, turn equal to 0, because we are resetting it, and winner equal to false. After that, winner equal to false, we just define another variable called define let current player text equal to document dot query selector all, document query selector all. So here we're going to use the name called board, define player hyphen turn, after that current player text dot inner HTML equal to, once again we have to use the condition for up and winner point. So let me try to copy this. Inner HTML equal to, okay, and in this we have to say player x dot name. Okay, just everything is same, no change at all. Okay, now here after that we're gonna write one more function called function add cell click listener. That means when I will be adding or clicking something to my cell, what kind of event I would like to listen. Here we are saying const cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's check the condition board cell, and here once again we say cells dot for each dot for each, and here we say cell dot add event listener, which event I want to listen, click, and the second parameter will be handler, once called make move. Okay, and this function which we have created called add cell clicks listener, okay, this I'll be calling it here. Perfect. Later on, once it is done, let's try to add one more function called function remove cell click listener. Remove cell click listener. Now here we say let all cells equal to document dot query selector all. Let's pass board cell, and now we say all cells dot for each cell, and here we say cell dot remove event listener, which event click, and second parameter will be make. That's it. So friends, now here most of our JavaScript code is written now. So going forward, we would like to use CSS, and finally we'll be applying everything into our HTML file. Well, after the JavaScript file is ready towards my application, now it's time to go and create our HTML file now. Sorry, the CSS. So inside my Tic Tac, I have got app.js and index.html ready. Now here I'm going to create another file here called app.css. See, you can basically put this app.css in any other folder like in static folder, but I have just kept it outside. Now from this point onwards, I would like to start with my basic functionalities. Okay, what those are? Let's start with the first feature called body. With my body, some basic settings I would like to do, like in background image, background color. So I just start with background color. Background color, I can just use it as a white. Okay, but I don't think so it's really needed it. So if you want, you can have it. Otherwise, leave this background color because it's by default going to be white only. And now, next would be called height. Height will be 800 pixels. Next, background position. Background position, I just say like center. Next, background repeat, in case if you do not want to repeat the image. Background repeat, and here I say no repeat. Next, background size. Here we are saying cover. Okay, so it resizes the background image to cover the entire container. Okay, so that's what the body part. Now the next thing is we have to select the rest of the CSS classes. So first select div dot relative. Inside this div dot relative is first say called position. Position we are saying absolute. Next is top. From the top, I'm just making 760 pixels. Next, right. Right, we are just saying 120 pixels. Next, after this, we are saying height container, height dot container, or sorry, height hyphen container. Here in height hyphen container, we will display colon none. Well, after that we have to use the header point. Header. Inside this header we will say color will be by default white, but still we just say color and white. Next text line, we just say center. Next margin will be 15 pixels. Next font family. Font family I'm selecting called permanent marker. Permanent marker. Okay, next class we are talking about called interplayer. That's called dot inter hyphen players. Now in inter hyphen players we will say color. Will once again we can use any other color, but we can just use white or any color you want, or you can just use hash. Okay, margin we're giving it's called 0. Auto width we're looking forward for 80%. Next, text align, center, position, relative. Now, next we're going forward for input field. In this input field, we just say border 2 pixels, solid and black. Next, outline none. I do not want any outline to be there. Next, padding, I can take 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 4 pixels, 8 pixels. Now margin, we are saying 0, 0, 10 pixels. Okay, and finally 4 pixels. After this margin, we say font size 18 pixels. Okay, so that is your input field. Next, we are talking about something called input field focus. Input hyphen field, okay, colon focus. Now here, border 2 pixel, solid red, or any other color which you want to use it. Next, how you want your submit button to be. So I'm saying dot submit hyphen btn, border 2 pixels, solid and black, padding 8 pixels and again 8 pixels, font size 18 pixels. Now width 250 pixels, followed by border radius 5 pixels. Next, your margin from top, let's take 10 pixels. After that, background color, let's take white only. Okay, so this is the property. Now going forward, you can associate with your submit button active and submit button focus. So we are saying dot submit hyphen btn colon active, and two options we are taking, followed by condition outline none. Next, border, we're talking about called 2 pixels, solid, and the color red. Okay, so that's the one. And after that, we like to use hover dot submit hyphen button colon hover. What you want? Change the background color to what? White. You can use white smoke. Well, here we like to use dot board. Here we'd like to use player hyphen. These are the classes we were using in our JavaScript, we remember. And here we say color we are using once again white, or you can use this white smoke, whichever you want. So Well, later on, text align, center, margin 10 pixels, 0 and 10 pixels. Height 54 pixels. Okay, so these are the properties initially we have taken. Okay, so after this turn, let's go and start the another classes here. I'm saying dot name hyphen hyphen style, and here we are saying color red, and then font size 22 pixels. Well, now coming back to the another properties, now we're talking about the next important called border container, called board container. Dot board container. Here we define width, which is 40 pixels we are taking, or sorry, 40% we can rather take. After that, background color, that we can say quadrat blue. Okay, next margin we are taking is a 0 and auto. After that, font size we are taking 0. Next, border we are taking 2 pixels, then solid, and then black, followed by box shadow. We remember this box shadow is one of the very CSS3 popular property. Here we are defining 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 3 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGB we can talk about called black. Okay, so my border color will be, shading color will be black. After that, we're offering this board cell dot now in this board cell we are defining width, now in this width we are using calculation CALC, and in this calculation we are defining 100%, okay, divided by 3. This calculation. After this, the next property will be display. Display will be inline block. Next, font size, we're taking 40 pixels. Well, text align, center, border, we are taking 2 pixels, solid, and black. Adding 20 pixels. Vertical align, top. Next, font family. This family I can use permanent marker. Okay, now next option, a part of this, we have a call your board cell will board cell hyphen winner, I would say rather hyphen winner. Now, spelling wrong, this has to be D. Yeah, board cell winner. Let's make background color red. Okay, and later on just use letter. Now in this letter we just give the color combination, so color will be white. Next position, relative, top 50%. Next transform, translate y to minus 50%. After that, font family, we are making it once again permanent marker. Let me copy. Okay, now here next option will be called winner container. Here we're giving winner with dot winner hyphen container. Okay, so for this winner container, what are the values we want to use it? That's you want to basically do it. So if for this winner container, what I would rather suggest is you can use dot reset text align center margin 20 pixels up. That is for reset. And now reset hidden. Inside this reset hidden, we will set display none, display none. Okay, after this the replay button, now we will talk about replay button dot replay hyphen btn, and here width we make it to 25%. Okay, and followed by padding 10 pixels, we take it from here, and 20 pixels. Border, this border we are taking is called 2 pixels, followed by solid, okay, and black color. Now later on, border radius we are taking 5 pixels. Later on, outline, I'm saying none. After this outline, we say letter spacing. Now this letter spacing would be again 0. After that, text transform. This text transform value we are talking about called uppercase. Next, font size. Font size, we are taking 16 pixels. Then margin top would be 12 pixels. Then word spacing, that you are taking 3 pixels, followed by background color. This you are taking white as usual. So this is for your replay button. Okay, now in a similar line we can also have call dot replay hyphen btn colon hover, followed by dot replay hyphen active. Now apply the common style outline. We are making it none. Then color, we are making it is called white. Then background color will be black. Okay, and when it comes to the congratulations, so we'll be using this dot. Okay, so this congratulations class will be using font size to what, 24 pixels, and after this we are using this call winner dot u hyphen r dot winner. In this winner we'll be taking font size, okay, that's 18 pixels. After that, height, we are taking 18 pixels again. Then line height. Line height, we are taking 18 pixels. And then margin, 2 pixels. And then 0. Okay, that's it. So last but not least, we would like to use this dot replay hyphen btn. This I'm saying width 50%. 50%. So this is what my CSS file is all set. I know it was pretty lengthy, but it is required for this particular application. Okay everyone, so we are all ready with our CSS also. Now it's time to go back to our index.html file and take care about the final finishing touch. So we have this index.html file with us, and now the CSS class which we were using it in our application, that is known as called this permanent marker. This class is not by default available, so we have to include this using this external API. So here where we have a call CSS with us, before that we want link so within this link we want a one variable name called href equal to, now we have to give the proper location by saying https://fonts dot google apis okay .com/css question mark family equal to permanent plus marker. Okay, so if you just copy this into your browser, you will get to know where exactly it is using. Okay, if I just copy and paste it, so I just need to say https before, yeah, https fonts dot googleapis.com/ oh, spelling wrong, css family equal to permanent marker. That is the main URL from where I can take this kind of font. So here CSS, so that's what I was cross verifying it. Well, it's there, we have included our CSS also, but in which class we need to use, that is an important now. JS, I also want to include it. So here in my head tag only, I would like to include script src equal to app.js. So here my script is actually loaded now. After that, if I just go back and check the final outcome of my code, which is index.html file, well, it pretty much look like in basic. Nothing else has started when we talk about called start game. Okay, so it needs to start because there is no CSS class are attached. So I need to attach those classes within my code. So here onwards, we have to start with offering those CSS classes so that at least I can apply those common behaviors to my application. Okay, like here we have a call div. We haven't attached any class to this. After this body, we have a call div h1 class equal to header tic tac toe. Then we have a call div. We have a call body. Under this, we have a call another div tag. So just imagine how many type of classes are available. One, we have a call div class equal to header. Div class is closed. Again, we have a call one more div tag. So like that, multiple CSS files are there where we have to apply the new CSS class to make it happen. So now we have to just go back and change our HTML and to apply our main class. So this is what my final HTML, which looks like the same. You can see we have added all those type of CSS classes which we had, that is called enter player, player form, player container, label, placeholder, and player container. And if you see all different type of classes, we have attached this to. Okay, because here only my CSS class will get applied and the JavaScript will apply those kind of dynamic CSS based on certain conditions. So these CSS classes are already there added inside your HTML page. Our app CSS is ready, app.js is also ready. Now let's go back and try to reveal how it looks like. Awesome. So it looks like pretty nice. Tic Tac Toe is a game. It is expecting. When I say start game, it says you must enter a name for each field. Validation is working. Let me try to add 2 names and say start game. Awesome. So now you can see it is saying, hey, you are up. Now let me try to give the values. Awesome. Now you can see it's saying like, hey, you are a winner. Great. So guys, congratulations on this, the first example of how the Tic Tac Toe game is used. So it is a classical example of CSS, JavaScript and HTML together. So this time we're going to talk about our next very interesting feature that is known as called dealing with another example that is called snake game. So snake game is one of the very powerful example which I'm going to share with you, which will help you to understand like how we offer a very simplest way of developing a mini project. Okay, that is something which is a snake game. Let's see how the snake game is important and how we're going to deal with this. These are our previous examples which we have seen, which I will call a project which we have created, that is called quiz application. And now we're going to start working with our new project. Now here, first of all, I'm going to create a new folder that is called snake game. And inside this snake game, we need some new folders. First folder I'm going to create it inside this, that is called images. And within this snake games, I'm going to create few new files that is called index.html. And here I'm going to create a new file name called app.js. And at the same time, I'll be having some of the CSS files if I need, so I can say app.css. So total number of 3 files I have it now. Let me close down all the files whichever I have opened it earlier. So now that looks cleaner approach. So this is a snake game for us from where we need to start. And we have a called index.html file. And here I will, as usual, create our basic HTML syntax. And here I would like to include our script tag, script src equal to app.js. That's it. And now going forward, we will start developing our next implementation of snake game. Now inside my body tag, I would like to have some basic property called speed. Okay, and later on I'll be taking the input from the client. So we are saying input type equal to. So here we can justify the speed and we can give id equal to game speed and followed by value equal to, we can give the value called 5, initial value, and min equal to 1, that is the minimum value, and max equal to 9. That is the maximum and minimum value we can offer. Beyond that, I won't allow the users to go. And step, that means the increment value, that is 1. Well, that is the input type. And now another input, we are taking input type equal to button, and value equal to start, and then id equal to game start. Okay, so we're giving these values. After that, I can give some breaks. So 2 breaks we are giving it, and start working with the div tag now. And in this div tag, I'll be using the canvas. It is a HTML5 feature. We use canvas, and I just give id equal to game area. That is the canvas. And after this canvas, we will, that div tag is closed here. After the div tag, I can use another div tag, div. Here I can say class equal to, I may not have any class written, but I can say class equal to relative. So later on, if I want to apply any CSS style, I can certainly apply. And after that, I can offer the images. Okay, so I may not have any images right now, so I just leave this image blank right now. Okay, and this script src, I'll load it only before my body tag get closed. It is always a good practice to keeping this script tag on a bottom of the body tag, always designed for good practice. Now this is almost ready for me. Let me check. Okay, so I can see values. Now it will go maximum 9, that is how we have given, and minimum is 1. Start is the button which is not doing anything, but later on we can allow some logic inside this. Now we have to start working with our main JavaScript tag. This is my app.js, and here onwards we will use some of the properties, okay, which I want to initialize it. So we are saying var game start equal to null, initialized. Second, game speed equal to null. Next, game area equal to null. Game area context equal to null. Then game area width equal to 0, that is integer value. Game area height equal to 0 again. Then cell width equal to 0. Play score equal to 0 again. Next, snake equal to null. Next, snake food equal to null. Next, snake direction equal to null. Snake speed, or else I can say speed size equal to 0. Next we have our timer equal to null. So these number of properties we have initialized. Okay, Now after that we will be writing a function by saying function name is called initialize. Okay, and here in initialized we would like to use some of the properties. First we are saying game start equal to document dot get element by id. Here I can give the value called hash game start. Let me put it in double quotes, game start. Now game speed, now these all basically the values are there. Game start, game speed, these all values we have to take it. Okay, so we will be seeing these values one by one. So let me say the another one, that is called game speed. Game speed equal to again document dot get element by id. Now we are passing the game speed, game speed. Now here once again I will take another point, game area. I say game area. Here you have to give the value called game area. Okay, so these values we have taken. Now we'll be talking about called game area context. Game area context equal to game area dot get context, get, and in this game context we will be using what type of context? We are saying 2D. Okay, because I want to have the kind of 2D, so this is how the kind of environment we want to set. Next we talk about game area width equal to just initialize to 400. Next game area height equal to 600. Now cell width we are initializing with 20. Next game area dot width. Okay, so game area dot width equal to game area width, and then we define game area dot height dot equal to game area height. So these are the values we are initializing this. Okay, now after that we have to start writing the logic. Here I'm saying game start dot, now we have to line which event you would like to take. So I will say on click. So when I basically click, what should happen? So on click equal to function. So what you want to write it here? I'm saying this dot disabled equal to true. So I want to disable these values, and after that we want to call another function inside this. But which function? Let's do that. So here we are saying function start game, and here in start game we want to define the initial score. See, the initial score for the player will be certainly 0, so we say player score equal to 0. After that, direction, in which direction you want the snake to move. So we are saying snake direction equal to right, in the right direction. Then speed size, the value, the variable which we have defined, so speed size equal to, because it will be accepting the value from the text boxes or from the drop down, so it certainly will be string type, so we have to use %. So we are using this option called %, and here we are using game speed dot value. Okay, so we are using this value gamespeed.value. Now here we would like to calculate certain things. What those are? First we are saying if, okay, what if condition. See, this function we are writing called start game, because there are certain things which you need to make it. So like that we have to define it. So function initialize, we have started, okay, and then after that we have written on click within this. So this is what the on click we had, and there onwards we have to finish this point. And after that we've started start game, and now we'll be writing the logic for this. So here we are saying if we're saying speed size, we're saying if is speed size greater than 9, in case if it is, the value uses hard coded it, then we would like to write a logic here. And what this logic would be, if says if it is greater than 9, we say speed size equal to 9. We basically initialize to what? 9. Here we say else if speed size is 0, we say speed size, speed size equal to 1. That means if it is less than 0, I'll be making it minimum to 1. If it is greater than 9, I'll be making it to 9 maximum. And that's it. Okay, so after this else if condition is getting closed, we are saying speed size equal to 1. So here we just say snake equal to array. So that is my array for me. And after that we are saying snake dot push, because it needs to move ahead, and here we'll be pushing it towards by saying x position 0, and then the y, and here the y value will be what? Cell width. That means how far it can go. So it will go within the width of this application. Okay, so that's how exactly we would like to make it. Okay, so here we have a call cell width, which we have given here. After that, what we have to do is we have to define our own function called clear interval, and this clear interval perform any logic whichever I would like to make it. Okay, so here after that snake.push value has been given. Here I will be creating one more function here that's known as called create food. Okay, so here we're saying create food. So create food will be the function for me. Now you might be thinking where this function is, but this function will be declared soon within your application. But here first we are saying the function called clear interval with a timer. Okay, whatever the timer will be passing it, and after that this clear interval will be saying timer equal to set interval. With this we are saying create game area, create. Now here in our application, whatever the value we are giving it, that we need to basically implement. So here we are giving this called create food is a function we are calling. After that we are calling this clear interval. Clear interval will be just like in a typical function which is there. After that we are using this option called create game area. So this will be available to me on which the value will be taken that. Okay, and then we will be telling you how you can call this function create food and how to create it first. Well, so we are talking about a functionality called create game interval. So this create game timer is the one which we have to create it by our own. So this function which we are passing it after the saying set interval, this function is not yet there. So we have to basically go back and create this function within my application. Fine. So what we will do is just particular one, we will try to comment it for a time being. Okay, so here we have a call what? Create interval. In this create interval, we'll be passing any parameters which we have passed about as a timer here, and here we are calling this called create food. So here after that we'll be calling this function called create food. So let's go and say function create food, and this function create food, let's go and write the logic here. And what logic we want to write it in a create food? We say snake food equal to, and here in our curly braces we use two directions, x and y. We say in x we say math dot round, and inside this we say math dot random. After this math dot random function, we have to just take this calculation and check the another parameter called game area width minus cell width, the one which you are passing it. And here after that we'll be performing the calculation by saying cell width. Okay, so this is for our x coordinate. Similar way we would like to use for my y coordinate also. Now math dot round dot number, game area height, but here rather than using width we'll be using height, minus cell width, let me give some space, divided by cell width. Okay, so that's where exactly it's got closed. Okay, now here our application is now ready by calling the function called create food. Like that we'll be going to create another function called create game area. Let me go and create all the functions first. So we are saying function create game area, create game area. There's another function for me. After this create game area, there will be another function I'm going to create it, that is called control. Function control. Okay, after that we're going to write one more function called function write score. There's another function available for us, control, we have a called write score. There's another function which you're going to write it down here, that is called function write score is done. Now we say create square. Create square. There's another function, and finally we'll have a call change direction. Function change direction. So that's it. So these many functions we wanted to create it here in our system. Well, we know it very well that we have taken this called create food. Create food function is already ready now. Now we're going to talk about our next function called create game area. And in this create game area, we are defining two locations, var x direction and y direction. So we say snake x equal to snake, the position we are taking is called 0, and we are saying dot x. For the x direction, we are saying var snake y equal to snake, position we are taking once again 0, and dot y. So two directions we have taken, x direction and y direction. Now here we are starting game area context dot fill style, that you know it very well, it is a property. Fill style equal to which color you want to fill this up. So I'm saying hash white color. Okay, and then we are using this game area context again dot fill react. Now give the position values. I'm saying 0, 0, game area width game area width, comma, game area height. So we are basically filling the values. With color we want to use it called stroke style. Let me take this game area context again. Dot stroke style. Stroke style equal to, now we give the another color here by saying hash. Okay, and then the next option called same game area context dot stroke react, stroke react, and here we pass the values again 0, 0, game area width, comma, game area height. So we're passing those values like that. And now after this we have to write a logic of the directions. Now see, when you talk about snake game, it moves left, right and center, up and down. So now in this case we have to increment the situations accordingly. So we say if the snake direction equal to right, then we say snake x plus plus. Now else if same, let's copy this, snake direction left, then what should happen? Here we say snake x minus. Okay, so we're taking like that. Let me copy this again. Now here we're taking about left, right, we say down. So in this case we say snake y plus plus, and in this case if it is up, then we say snake y minus. So these conditions we are taking it now. Now here after this else if condition, we would like to take another if condition. Now here in my if condition we are using some more lengthy statements. What's that? We say if snake x minus 1 or snake x double equal to game area width, which we have taken, divided by cell width, okay, or we are taking this condition called snake y double equal to minus 1. Okay, so we're giving this call minus 1, or snake y equal to game area height to cell width, or here we will take the another condition here. Yeah, we will take the another condition here called, we will have another function called control, which we have created it some time back, and inside this control it will take some parameters. So what those parameters we can pass? Here we can say snake x comma snake y comma third parameter will be snake. So this would be my another function. Okay, so here we are passing the conditions just like that. Okay, now here this is available to me as a parenthesis, and here we're writing the situation for write score, which is so far the function is only created, not described more. So we're writing the write score. The score will be written here, and here we are saying clear interval because the timer will be stopped. Okay, and we are saying game start dot disabled equal to false, and after that return. That's it. So this is the logic for we have written to this particular example. Now we can use another if more conditions here just to check the behavior of my code.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Well, here we have finished till this game start dot disable equal to false, and we returned. Now, going forward after this return, we would like to have another condition for the snake x. So we say if snake x double equal to snake food dot x. Okay, snake food dot x ampersand snake y double equal to snake food dot y. Then in this case I will say var new head var new head equal to here x colon snake x y colon snake y. Snake x and y colon snake y. These options we are taking it. Now after that we are using this option called player score plus equal to speed size, and then we are calling create food method again, and here after that we're using the else condition, and in this else condition we are saying var new head equal to snake dot pop. Okay, and we are saying new head dot x equal to snake x, and new head dot y equal to snake y. So these values are basically associating with your heads, and after that we are saying snake dot unshift snake dot unshift, and here we are passing this option called new head. That's it. And after that we'll be starting with our for loop by saying for var equal to var I equal to 0, then I is less than snake dot length and snake dot length, and once I plus plus. Okay, later on we just use the option called create square, and in this create square we are passing snake position I dot x comma same snake dot y. That's it. So it's getting closed here, and after that we are calling the same option with this snake foot. Let me copy this again, and here rather than using this we can say snake foot.x, and snake foot.y. Okay, so now this values has been added into my code. Now we start working with your control. Control needs to take three parameters, x, y, and the array. So we are passing this option called control, and in this control we are taking x, comma, y, comma, array. Three parameters we are taking it. Later on we are using this option called for var I equal to 0, I is less than array dot length and I plus plus, and after that we'll be using this option called if condition, and here we say array I, which value we are passing, dot x double equal to x ampersand. Here we say array with a position called I, and in this we are saying dot y, and this position we are checking for the y condition. So it returns what? True. Return true, the condition. Okay, that is for if condition. Else return what? False. Now that's it. Now we are talking about this option name called write score. This write score we have to use the game area context, dot font equal to, here we'll be passing the situation. We are saying 50 pixels, and then sans hyphen serif. After that we are using call game area context again. Let me copy this, take it again, call game area context dot fill style equal to, here I'll be using the another color now. So we say hash okay. Now after that we are saying once again the game area context dot fill text. Here we are saying score colon, and here we say plus player score, whatever it is, with game area width /2 minus 100, and then again game area width /2. So this is where exactly the write score where the data will be actually written. Okay, next we'll be having this option called create square, and this create square, it takes two parameters. One we're talking about called x, second is taking y, and now here we're using this game area context, same dot fill style equal to, let me give the color. After this we're using call same area and text, game area text dot fill react. Here we are saying x multiply by cell width comma y multiply by cell width comma cell width comma cell width. This is what my create square is. Now we are left with only one option, that is known as called change direction. It's time to figure out this last function called change direction, which takes one parameter called e. Typically we talk about for parameters. Now here we are passing this option called var keys equal to e dot and later on we want to say if keys equal to 40, okay, ampersand is snake direction equal to up, okay. So here we say snake direction equal to down. So we are changing the directions here, okay. Now let me try to copy this, and here we use else if four times, okay. So here we talk this 30, 40, and here we say 39, and followed by 38, followed by 37, 39, 38, 37, and here we say up. Let's change to what? Left, down, right. Here we say right, up, left. So three options we have changed, and last but not least here I will just use window dot on key down equal to change directions, and window dot on load, okay, equal to initialize. That's how exactly we want to use now. And this function what we have defined in initialize, okay. So in this initialize we are having this game start dot on click and all, so we have a call start game now. So this start game will be calling it here, okay. So in start we have a call snake, we have a call snake dot push, and after that we are calling this function called what? Create food, clear interval, and here we say timer equal to here set clear interval, and here change game area slash speed size. Let's say we want to use it. Okay everyone, so our code is almost ready. So we have this complete JavaScript code ready with me. Now it's time to basically use within my HTML just to check how it may behave. So in my HTML page I have written this normal speed, number, game speed, value, button, start, we will call game start. After that we have a call canvas where we written id equal to call game area, div class equal to relative, and that's it. And here we have a call script src equal to app.js. So that's it what we have written now. Finally we would like to see how it may look if I try to use in my browser. Let me try to refresh. Okay, I really do not see any changes in my code, okay, despite I'm having this, because the CSS content is actually missing, okay, because then only my code will really look better, because if there is no CSS it won't really make good towards my application, okay. And I also want to have certain images, but those images we will take it little later on. Let me go back and try to bring CSS into this picture now. So first of all, have this index.html file with me, and here I want to use CSS. So inside my head tag we want to use link rel equal to style sheet, okay, href equal to app dot css. Okay, now here in my CSS we want to offer certain details. What those details I want to start working with, I will start with my body part. Body. So we want to offer the font family. So font family, maybe a little bit later on I can use it. First I want to use margin. Margin 20 pixels. Auto. Later text align center. Next font size 150 pixels, also 150%, and here we want to say background image. Since I do not have any image, so I will just leave it as a blank. Okay, so just otherwise I have to say URL, and inside this URL give some values, but I leave it as a blank because I do not have any image. I will say background color. In this background color I can just use white. After that height I can just say 800 pixels. After that background position I want to use center. Then background repeat I want no repeat. Then background size cover. Okay, let's see if there is an effect in my. Okay, I see it's now in the middle. Better. Now inputs canvas, we have to basically take that. Here we talk about called input. Okay, in this input I say font size. Font size may be optional, I can make it, but let me say font size 100%. Then text align center. Then padding I want to say 5 pixels and 7 pixels. Okay, looks better now. Well, here after that I can use canvas. In this canvas I want to say the background color. I just say white. After that border radius I can say 20 pixels. Then shadow if I want to use it, so I just say box shadow. I can say 3 pixels, 5 pixels and 6 pixels, and the color is black. Let's check. Awesome. So I can see here the logic is there. So shadow you can easily see how it has been using, and that's it. And this div, I can say div dot relative position absolute top. Here I'm saying using 760 pixels. Left 120 pixels. That's it. So this is where exactly I program. Now when I say start, okay, so there may be some error here. They say cannot set a property of call on click null. So just we can just check this into this game start dot on click.
let's check. Anyways, we just try to fix that issue in while. But anyways, we have our created CSS, and now going forward we'll be implementing rest of the logic within my code. Okay everyone, so we have changed some names here because there was some value was mismatched, so we have basically changed those values with your properties. And now when I try to relaunch my application by this index.html file, so now in my index.html file when I try to add, so it's just as usual, same. Let me say start, and here you can see game start. When I go up, you see like it's starting right now. Okay, isn't this an amazing game right now, friends? Okay, that is the same game what you used to play it earlier. Okay, but you can just change the direction, go up, and you can see the score title being placed here. That's it. So this is where exactly the look and feel of your game has been taken. And you can just increase the speed. Suppose if you just put a value called what, 0, it by default set whatever value you want to take it with a start. Now you can see based on that the speed can be justified and the example can be developed. Okay, you can see the start button is disabled because right now the user is still going on. Unless the user game is finished, this one is not going to work. Fine. So like that you can see, and automatically this will be positioned. There is one called food. That is how we have used it in my example now called app.js. You can see we are using this example name called food, create food. So in create food of the specific interval time, this will be automatically created and the snake will eat and increase the size of the code. Okay, that's it. And now the CSS has been given. If you want to add certain image, certainly you can add it. Otherwise, this is the first game which we can see how it is running and giving you the better example.
This video on React.js helps you build 2 fun applications using the library. As you all know, React is a widely used JavaScript library to build user interfaces for applications. This video will make you realize why it is adopted so widely. So first, we'll build a calculator app and then we'll move on to building a Spotify clone. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Now I'm sure you're excited to build these apps, so let's begin.
This time we're going to introduce you another very interesting project using this JavaScript, HTML and CSS, so-called calculator application. So let's get started. Let me try to delete first those files which we really do not need it now. We delete those all. Yeah. Now I'll be creating a new folder now and give the name called calculator app. And in this calculator app, once again we need some new files which is called index.html, and we also need one more that is called app.css, and another one that is called app.js. So these 3 files required. Now first of all, I would start with index.html file where we'll be creating a template of my code. Now let me go and create this template, and here I have got body with me. Let's start with the first tag here that is called h1, and this h1 we are giving the name called calculator app. So that will be my h1 heading. After that we'll start working with the div tag. Now within this div I have to create lot many classes. I may not have lot many CSS classes, but we can give some classes here. So we can say class equal to container. Okay. So within this div tag, we're going to create a table now because I want to organize it. So I'm starting with the table. Within this table, a tr tag, and within this tr tag, I need a td. Now in this td, I need few things call span equal to 3 as the value, and here I want to offer the text box input type equal to text. Okay, input up to text, id equal to, give the name called result. That will be the final outcome while pressing all the different buttons, id equal to result and class equal to screen. Remember, I haven't created those CSS classes, but we're giving some names, but later on we can utilize it while creating those CSS classes. Table data is getting closed. Let's get started with another TD. Now inside this TD, we need another text box. Input type equal to text, and here in this input I put text. Sorry, I would like to better say button, because I'll be having buttons. Okay. Input type equal to button, value equal to C, and on click equal to, I may not have any function right now, but yes, I can create a function, but let me give some dummy name here. I'm saying clear screen. Okay, so that will be the function we get called, and after that class equal to clear. Yeah, so this is my button tag. After this, the TD tag is getting closed. After the TD tag, the table row is also getting closed. After the table row, which is getting closed, we're going to start working with another table row. Okay, and in this table row, I'm going to create one more TD. So let's go and create another TD here, and inside this TD, I'll be having another button to be get created. So I'll just say, this is my another button now. Input equal to button, value equal to 1. On click equal to, I'll be calling another function called display. Okay, and inside this we're giving the value called 1. Okay, and class equal to number. Class equal to number. And here after that the TD tag is getting closed. Okay, now we have to start another TD tag here. Okay, like that we have to keep on creating the multiple buttons. So let me copy and paste another table data. Now here again value equal to 2, on click equal to display, give the value called 2, and class equal to what? Number. Like that I'll keep on creating multiple buttons, but first check how it actually looks like it. Now I can see the buttons like in C 1, 2, 3, but yes, I'm going to create few more buttons one after another. Okay, so I'll go here and create few more buttons. So this is where the table data is getting closed. Okay, I'll copy this and paste it again. So I have to create the button like in 3, 4, something like that. So after this 2, we're giving the value called 3. Yeah, I'll give the value called 3. So value equal to 2, value equal to 3, display 3, and then afterwards just giving the value called forward slash, and here also we're going to give the value called forward slash, and here class equal to operator. After that we have to give the value called 4, and then followed by 5, 6, 7. So here we give 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. After 6 we're giving called minus. Okay, once again it will be what type of operator. Okay, after this minus we'll be talking about called 7. Then we have to have 8. Okay, 9. after that we're giving call plus and display plus class equal to operator. Okay, so here you can see the table data is getting closed, and here the table row is also getting closed, and after this table row you can start working with another table row here, and after this table row we can start working with again td. Let me have this again. Inside this I'll be giving the option called decimal, which is value equal to dot, and here we give the value called decimal. Okay, now display 0. So after giving this dot, it will basically take what? The value 0, which we haven't put now. We'll be talking about value called 0. So here the decimal value we have given it, td is getting closed. Let me have the another one. Zero. So like that we have to give this now. After that we'll be once again taking this, and this time rather than giving this 0, we'll be using this call as a button, and value equal to on click equal to solve. Okay, and in this solve we'll not be passing anything. It will be like a normal function, and class equal to equal. Okay, so table data is getting closed, so we will be using another table data now. So here it will be the button only. Okay, we will be using value equal to multiplication. Display asterisk, and here we'll be using operator. Okay, so table data is getting closed, table row is getting closed, table is also getting closed here. Okay, so your div tag is also getting closed here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's the only thing which we wanted to make. Let me try to refresh and check. Awesome. So we have got all those necessary calculator behavior which we wanted to reveal. Okay, now our next statement will be, once we are giving this C, then we have a call 1, 2, 3, and then forward slash followed by 4, 5, 6 will come down. Okay, so let me check whether we have used 6 or not. Okay, so we haven't used 6. So let me check here. 4, 5, 6. So let me go back here. 4, 5, 6. Let me copy this and paste it later on. Before minus. Six equal to number. Okay, so we're almost set now. So we are having this look and feel. In this we are giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after this we have a call minus and then plus related behavior. So we are all set now, and after that we'll be basically applying the CSS as well as the JavaScript look towards my code. Okay, thank you. Well everybody, we're all good to go now, but I just want to first check whether my this outlook is looking properly or not. See, what my expectation is, after 1, 2, 3 forward slash, I really want to bring 4, 5, 6 to the next, and then 7, 8, 9 and again forward slash, but I can think this is absolutely unorganized. So after this, when we say this forward slash which we have used after hyphen, okay, your TD is getting closed here. Okay, so here the TR I also want to close here. Okay, and after this TR I also want to start another TR here. Okay,
so that I can put them into the another level now. So under this tr I can use this td now. So after this minus, after 4, 5, 6 minus, once again I would like to start another table row here. Okay, so that it let's go to the next row. So here after td we're closing this tr and starting another tr now. Okay, we're starting another tr. After that we talk about 7, 8, 9. Okay, plus, see here, talking about 7, 8, 9 plus, here the table row is getting closed and it is starting right now like this. See, that looks better now. Okay, but still few more things which I would like to make it even more organized, but that's not a problem. We will do it little later on. Okay, because you can see 8 is missing right now. So here 7, we copy this, equal to 8. Yeah, that looks better now. So now they are basically completely organized. So the moment I expect my application, so we have a call dot here, then 0, then equal to, and then we have a call multiplication. Okay, so looks better now. Now I just would like to perform the overall look and feel. So I need to go ahead and use what CSS, because without CSS I really can't utilize this in a proper way. So I have to start working with the CSS front now. In CSS front, how to start? First we will go back to my code, and here in my CSS we'll start working with font family. But before font family, I would like to start with the body part now. Body, background color I'm using called teal. That looks nice. Okay, so I will be using this app.css in my HTML to see the look how it is being appeared right now. So in my index.html file, on the top under my head section, link, style sheet, okay, now see, it looks better now. Going forward, in my CSS we want to use some h1 color too. So here we would like to use with the h1 text align, center, color, white, margin top we would like to use 50 pixels. This is for h1. Let's check. Perfect. So it is now coming in between. Next statement will be called screen. So we say dot screen. So in this screen we use the background color gray, and after that border solid, black, and with 2 pixels. After that color white, font size medium, next width we are using this 100%. Then we talk about cursor. We'll be saying what the default cursor is. Okay, then padding we would like to say 10 pixels, and then margin say auto, then margin bottom that I'll be using 10 pixels. So it is a proper alignment. Okay,
That's how exactly we want. That's for a screen where the exact outcome will be visible to me. And rest of the details will be showing you one by one. Now we'll be talking about called input. Okay. Input type equal to button. For input type equal to button. Okay. Input type equal to button of type what? Hover. The moment I hover on my button, I say background color change to what? White, or else I can say white smoke. Okay. And when the button is active, what I want, let me copy input equal to button, and here I say active. In this color should be orange red. Like this. You can see now how it is basically looking like it. Okay, active, the color will be like this. Okay, I'll be talking about called operators. Operators should behave different. So I'm saying dot operator. In this operator we are saying background color orange. Okay, then padding, I want 5 pixels. Okay, then I want color, that should be black. After this I'm using called border. Sorry, that border I'm using this called solid, and then black and 2 pixels. After this width I'm using 100%. Then height we're using 40 pixels. Then cursor, it has to be pointer type. Okay, that's it. Let's check. Perfect. So they should turn back to what? To your orange color. And you can see the moment I take my cursor on, it turns to white. Perfect. And now those who are type number, I also want to change them. So for number, I want to say the same option. Padding, I want 5 pixels. Then I need height of type 40 pixels. Then I say color. It looks, I want to say called black. Then border. I want solid. Black and 2 pixels. Solid, black and 2 pixels. Then width, I would say 100%. And cursor, once again, point. That is for number. Let's check. Awesome. So they looks nice. Now we left with few other type of options like a dot and equal to. Okay, that I'm talking about called decimal. For decimal, I need to have a different options with me. Okay, so let me try to copy this, paste it, and I say for decimal. So for decimal, background color will be light blue, padding 5 pixels, color black, border solid. Okay, black 2 pixels, width 100%, height 40 pixels, fine, and cursor pointer. Perfect. Okay, looks nice, but I have changed the color to light blue now. Now I talk about clear. Okay, now come back and say clear. Okay, in this color Background color is I'm changed to light salmon. Padding 5 pixels, color black, border same, width 100%, height 40 pixels, fine. So cursor, pointer, fine, margin, auto, and margin bottom 10 pixels. Let's check. Perfect. Now it looks beautiful. Okay. Now here, after giving these details, we're talking about called equal part, dot equal. So for dot equal also, I'm just copying the same. So give a call, background color, adding color, just change to light green. And after this, since it is an equal, so we say padding 5 pixels is okay, color black, fine, border, fine, width 100%, height 40 pixels, color and cursor pointers, just I don't need to. It's for dot equal, and I want for container. In this container, width I want 40%. Width 40%, background color white. Okay. Now here padding is 15 pixels. So display block. So first of all we have call width. We say display block, which we're taking margin. Okay, in margin we are saying 100 pixels. Auto. Okay, now align self equal to center. Okay, border radius, which is saying 10 pixels. Okay, now we are saying box shadow. Box shadow 5 pixels. Black. And padding. So these are the details I have it now. Okay, we have it. Background color, we are taking it now. Align self, display block, border radius, padding, and now. Padding 15 pixels we have given already. I don't need to give it again. Margin, okay, fine. Box shadow, let's try. Awesome. So it's looking beautiful now. Okay, so this is where exactly my application works like that. And table, when we talk about, here we're saying width 100%. Okay, that's it. Super. So it's now giving me the proper look of how my application should behave like it. Just see about the container what we have done. With 40% we're taking background color. Let's bring it below. Then align self, display block, okay, margin, okay, and border radius, and fine. So I think we're all good now. So that's it. So we'll try and implement the JavaScript part. Well, everyone, so our CSS file is ready, our HTML is ready. It's time to just go ahead and talk about my final portion, that is called JS part, where I want to basically perform some calculators. Now here I just say function display which takes var as in parameter and say document dot get element by id. Here I'm saying result, okay, dot value, okay, plus equal to var. Whatever value we are adding it, just it basically try to apply calculation on the top of that. Okay, that is the function. After that, we have another function available here called function solve. Here in the solve, we just use the value called let x equal to document dot get element by id result, okay, dot value, dot value, okay, and say let y equal to perform the calculations. For that, we'll be using one function called eval and type x as in parameter. Now the next statement will be again document dot get element by id result dot value equal to y. Okay, now later on I'll like to use another function here, function clear screen, and here we say document dot get element by id. Here we say result dot value equal to, like that. So clear screen, solve and display, three functions are associated with me, and these three functions are the part of this JavaScript file which I'll be calling it at the end before the body tag get closed. So here script equal to app.js. That's it. Okay, let's try to execute now. Here 2, you can see the values. I will say plus 6 equal to 8. Absolutely clear. I say C is clear the screen. 6 divided by 2 equal to 3. Awesome. So friends, your calculator application is ready. Congratulations to all. So it is a very simplest form which we have developed. This is your HTML, which is a template for you. This is the CSS, which is your complete the area of like how the look and feel will look like in of this template beautification. And here last we have a JS, which is smaller logic but really meaningful. Okay.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's start with creating a simple demo on React.js, and we are going to create a simple application that will connect to an online music streaming service called Spotify, and we will call our application Music App. So let's get started. The first step is to first get the Node.js platform and server installed. To do that, let me go to Google and let's just type Node.js, and here is the website nodejs.org. There are two versions available, the LTS, which is the stable version, and the current. We'll prefer the stable, so we'll click on that, and you can see we have an option which is called save file. The moment this file is saved to the disk, we just need to double click on it and keep clicking on the next button to get it installed on our system. And we also have a documentation available here, so which explains most of the features of the Node platform, and there are binaries available for different OSs, Mac, Windows, etc. So you can select the right bitness, 32-bit, 64-bit, and the right OS and then go ahead and download the specific version that suits your platform. And you can see here that there are different, there are also help files available that will allow you to go through the installation documents for Node.js installation on Linux, etc. So to start with, I'm opening up the command prompt, and here is where we're going to call the Node Package Manager. Using the Node Package Manager, which is pre-installed with your standard Node.js installation, we will initialize our React application. So we would say React-app, and we want to now go and create an application called Music App in this folder. So as a prerequisite for the demo, all we need to do is install Node.js from nodejs.org, the official website. Just download it and install it, and that's when you open the command prompt, you fire npm, which stands for Node Package Manager, init for initialize. React-app is a standard keyword to initialize and create a skeletal structure of a React.js application, and the name of the app is Music App. So we'll hit enter, we'll give this some time, and you can see it's started downloading the core React.js libraries, and it is attempting to create our application. So it's installing all the prerequisite packages and scripts that are required to initialize and create a new React.js application called Music App. Now, once this application is created, all we would require is an online editor. So you could use an offline or an on-premise editor as well. So any editor of your choice, it could be Atom or Sublime Text or WebStorm. And for this demo, we're going to use Visual Studio Code, which is a free editor available by Microsoft, and you can just Google for Visual Studio Code. Again, this is not Visual Studio Professional Edition, etc. that we use for building our C# or MVC based applications. This is a lightweight editor for building JavaScript based full applications. So while this installs, let's go and take a look at Visual Studio Code. So this is the Visual Studio Code editor, and this is the editor that we've installed directly, downloaded from visualstudiocode.com and installed it. And all we need to do is open up this folder that would be created with all the prerequisite files in it. We just say file open folder, and we would open that folder within our Visual Studio Code editor. So we'll give it a while until that application gets generated, and once it's created, we will again implement the component based design and architecture and the data flow between the components. And we'd also look at connecting to a live data source, which is a JSON set of characters that we would consume, which is a RESTful service. The set of music tracks exposed as a RESTful API endpoint by Spotify, which is a premium streaming service. We will connect to that, and we will look at accessing some of the music tracks on that website. Okay, so we've got the application created here. So let's minimize this, and we'll open up our editor. All we've got to say is file and open folder, and let me go to the React.js demo folder. So this is the music app that got created, and that's exactly what we're going to open up here. So we'll navigate to that folder. It's called Music App. We'll select it and have it opened in our application. So you can see here we've got a Node Modules folder. This has all of the pre-installed packages that make up the React.js library. We've got a folder called public, which will have the index.html file. That's the root file that will launch. So this is the single page application that we typically create in React. You have a single page on which we're going to load multiple components. So that's the index.html, and then we could go and create our folder structure. Currently, if I open the source folder, we can see a single app.js file, and that basically is the file that has the source code in JavaScript for a single component, which we are interested in adding on to our page as of now. So we just have one component, which is the default root component. That's the app component, and it has its corresponding CSS file. And then we've got a public folder with the index.html file, which is going to be the root HTML file that launches when we run our application. So let's go right up here, and let's add a link to an additional file. So I'm going to link to another style sheet. Okay, so we'd say relationship is equal to style sheet, and the type is going to be text and CSS, and we will reference a file called reset.css, and this is a file that we'll look at adding up later on. It doesn't exist at this point in time, so we will connect this, and that's purely for styling purposes, so that we can have all of our CSS styles defined there. Next thing, I'll right click on the public folder. We'll create a new file. We'll name this file as reset.css. So that's going to be the CSS file that will have all of the CSS styling that we're going to apply. And I'm going to use a ready code snippet for the CSS code. So let me just, all I'll do is I'll just go and pick up a ready CSS file that I can just go and use. If you look here, I have a set of CSS files that are created that we're just going to use within our application, and that will avoid us spending a lot of time on the styling, so that we can focus on our core concepts, which is actually learning how component-based architecture works and how do we set up components and have data communication between them in React. So here is a file called reset.css. Let me just fire up Notepad, and I'll just open up this file, copy up the text here, and I'm going to just paste it within my reset.css. And if you look at the code, very simple. It's all about styling. So we've got article, aside, etc. all HTML5 tags set up as display blocks, so they take up the entire width of the page. We've got some padding, margin, and font size, etc. defined. We've removed list styling for the unordered and ordered lists, specifying the line height for the body tag. So basically just styling up tables, and so nothing to do with React here. It's just about simple CSS that we've added up, and now we need to actually go in and dive into creation of the components that we need. So let's right click on the source folder. So I'll select the source folder, we'll right click there, and that's where we're going to create a new folder which is called components. Okay, so this is the components folder now that's going to hold all of the components within it. Within the components folder, let me create another new folder, and I'm going to call it app. And this is exactly how we are expected to structure all of the code that we have. Now, I already have a CSS and an app.js, which are the root components that were added by default. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to move them within this folder called app. Okay, so there is a proper segregation of responsibility, and all of the code that deals with a particular component is all added into respective folders, and this really improves the maintainability of the application going forward. Now we'll need some images, and I'm just going to make use of some set of images that I've downloaded from the web, and here are the set of images that I have. So I'm just going to copy all of them, and we'll come to our music app, and we'll go into the components and app folder, and that's where we're going to add all of the files, and you've seen all of those image files getting added. So these are just icons and images we're going to use for our music tracks inside our application. Now let's move to the app.css file, and this is where we've actually got so the app.css file is the file that's going to style up all of the style rules that we've added into the root app component, and this is what we'll have to revamp. So I'll just get rid of this code, and we'll probably add something for the body tag, the HTML tag, and the root element. Let me say hash root, and let's set the height to 100%. Coming to all of the HTML across the page, we'll give it a font size of 10 pixels, and the H1 elements, let me give it a padding of 0.77 and 0. Let's set a background color, give it a background color. I'll just select some random color here that can be applied. Then we'll set up the text alignment, which is going to be the center of the page. We'll set up the font family. The font family is, and this is part of sans serif. What else do we add? Let's add up the font size, 1.88 and also the color. So again, these are standard HTML and CSS elements, so nothing really that has to be done that is specific to React here. So again, we are bringing in the highlight class. So there is a class called highlight that we will create later in the HTML view of this component, and we'll set this to a red RGB component. So combination of 46, 113 and 238. Okay, so that's pretty much done. Let's move on and also add up for the anchor tag. Let's add up some text decoration and set it to none so that the anchor tags don't come up with those underlines. And of course, we'll provide a color of hash. Okay, so a white color there. Now coming to the H2 element. For the H2 element, let's have font family. And again, I'm going to use the font family that we defined here, bracket, and we'll change this to probably 1.55. Okay, now coming to the app tag, let me just save this and create a copy of it. There was some content that I did delete, and I can simply go and make use of it. So I've just undone all of the deletion. So this is something that I can, if I can use something, I can just probably use it from the tag below. So let me start with a height here, and let's say the height of the header is 100% of the app, sorry, not header. Padding 0, 17%, 10%, 17%. The background, and I'm going to change that to background URL. So the background URL, or let's say the background image, will have a URL property. Okay, and that URL is going to be ./pg1.jpg. So that's the image that we've added some in the previous step. Let's also add background size. So we'll add background size and set it to cover. I'll also need a background position, set it to center. Let's have background repeat, which is set to no repeat, so that we don't have the image in a grid format. And then I would need this, so get rid of it. Let's take up the font family. We'll maintain the same font family. Let's use font weight. The font weight is going to be 500, and the color is going to be hash, so that's a white color. Then we come to .app.playlist. So that's going to be another class that we are going to use. But app-playlist is what we're going to name it. And let me say that the display should be flexible display, and we will justify the content to leave spaces in between. Alright, so that finishes that bit, and now let's write up a media query for the responsiveness of this page. So this is media for only screen, and max width is going to be 1020 pixels. Okay, and the class name that we'll provide later is obviously app playlist. So for this screen size, we would align all the items to the center, and we change the flex direction. Okay, so we seem to be good with the CSS for the app as of now, and that's the app.css that we created. Let me save everything. Okay, let's check for any kind of additional. So all free of errors, no errors now. Things are good in the app CSS, and it's time to move to the next step of building this application. Now we'll have to go and add up the code for the app.js file. So let's dive into the app.js file, and this is where we will actually need to go and add all of the code that is required for the app component. So all the code that's relevant to the app component, we are going to add up inside this specific component itself, which is going to be obviously the app.js file. So we have skeletal code, which is importing the React library, and let me get rid of the basic sample logo. We'll have app.css that's getting imported here. Besides that, a lot of other files that we'll have to get in. So let me import playlist, And these are the components that we'll create as we go forward. And we are going to get this from the playlist folder, and the component, the file is going to be called playlist. So we'll add that. Then we'll have to go and also import search bar. So what we're basically doing is we're going to split this app into different components. There's going to be one component that manages the playlist of all the tracks. One component will act as the search bar. So that's the search bar component that we're going to add. So searching for tracks will be managed by this. We'll have another component that we'll create that will get imported into the root app component, which is search results. So this is going to display the record set with the set of results as an outcome of the search criteria. So search results / search results. And finally, we'll go and import Spotify. That's the Spotify service from. So we'll create a utility folder which will hold the code that connects us to Spotify. So that's what we are adding up next. So all of the imports are done. One component that manages the search bar. So that's search bar, search results. Let me correct the spellings there. That's search results, that's Spotify, and playlist. So that's done. Now let's move on to the class that we're going to create here. So let's create a class app that goes and extends React.component. So that's going to be a React.js component. So that's a constructor. We discussed about props or properties and state management, and that's what we are implementing. We are using the super keyword as a best practice so that all the properties are initialized in the constructor, and also we pass the values up the chain to the super class, which is the root component class. Now we're going to initialize a variable called state that's going to manage the state, and we are interested in tracking our search results. So we'll have multiple results, so we'll store that as an array. The playlist would have different names, so we'll just call ours new playlist. That's the default name. And we will also store a list of tracks, which is going to be playlist tracks. So playlist tracks is going to be our list of tracks, and let's close this block. Okay, and this too is going to be initialized within the constructor, so we'll add it here. And now we need to do the binding. We discussed data binding, so let's look at creating a search variable which will hold this dot search dot bind and bind to the context of this very class. So we are passing this pointer. Then we'll create another variable called add track, which to this dot add track dot bind, and all this functionality is what we're going to add going forward. So right now we're just setting up the bindings. Then we'll have capability to remove a track, so we'll say remove track. So remove track equal to this dot remove track dot bind, and let's fix that. So, and all of this too is going to be initialized as part of the constructor, so that's where we're going to add it. Then we'll need to update the playlist name. So we'll need functionality that will help us to update the name of the playlist. So functionality that helps us to update the playlist name. So this dot update playlist name is equal to this dot update playlist name dot bind, and this is the pointer that we'll pass. I need to save the playlist, so this dot save playlist equal to this dot save playlist dot bind and pass this. And then I would also need to remove the track that has been searched for from the playlist. So remove track search equal to this dot remove track search and dot bind. And finally, one last function that executes all of these, which probably will bind to this context. So all the declarations are done in the constructor. Now we need to provide the definitions for all the methods that we actually have added here. So let me select this, tab inside, and let's start with the search function. So we'll define the search first. It takes some variable value that it searches on, and then I'm going to say Spotify dot search. I'm going to search for term dot then, and that's an observable. So the moment the search returns a value, it's going to call this callback function, and that's when we want to set the state, and we're going to set the state for search results to whatever is passed by the system. So the search results are going to be returned as a callback, and that's what we'll store as an updated state. Now coming to the add track method. So let's scroll up and we'll say add track, and this will take the track to be added. Let's declare a temporary variable called tracks equal to this dot the current state of all the tracks that are there in the playlist. Now if tracks dot find, I'm going to call the find method. So if we are able to find, which means that the track is already there in the playlist, then we would not want to add it. If it's not there in the playlist, that's when we would want to go and add it. The triple equal to is an equality operator that will check for both a value match and a match on the data type as well. Okay, so if the track is already saved, do nothing. If the track is not saved, just track the track ID, because that is the track that will have to be added. If it's already there, then just return. If it's not there, then we've got to go to this variable called tracks. We'll use the JavaScript method called push, and we will push the current track into this tracks array and then update the state. So we'll want to set the state of the playlist tracks, and this is how your state management that we discussed in detail is actually being practically implemented here. Okay, so the track has been added. Now let's talk about the remove track. So that's the remove track function, and that's the track that we want to remove. So let's let tracks equal to this dot state dot playlist tracks. Those are the set of current tracks that we have, and let track search, another temporary variable, equal to this dot the current state of the search results. Then let's take the tracks array equal to tracks dot filter. So filter is a JavaScript function that will again allow you to remove a certain value. Create a temporary variable called current track, use the lambda operator, and if the current track dot id is not equal to the track dot id, which means this particular track is not there in the list. Okay, so you need to remove that, and again I have a method called as unshift, which will actually get rid of the track in the array. And then we've got to, so we'll search whether that track is existing in the tracks array. If it is, then we simply want to remove it. If not, we do nothing. So we set the state. We need to update the state of the playlist because a track has been removed. So the playlist tracks will have to be updated with this tracks array. Okay, then we go for remove track search. That's the next method. That also will take a track as a parameter. Okay, here we are going to say let tracks, which is another temporary variable. We'll give it the current state of search results, and then we are going to say tracks equal to tracks dot filter current track dot id not be equal to the track dot id. And then this is where we would want to say this dot set state, and we'll pick up search results, and let's go and assign that to track. So that's the updated set of tracks after making that change. Let's remove this and correct it. Okay, so that's fine. So the remove track is now, the remove track and the remove track search is now in place. Let's add the do these functions, which actually again takes track as a parameter. And here we'll say this dot add track. Okay, so it adds the track and then it removes the track from the search criteria. So the search component, which is managing searching of the tracks, that will go and remove it from there after adding the new track. So that's a combined operation we want to execute. Then I've got update playlist name, which will take the name of the track to update, and this dot set state, the playlist name is what we need to update with the name that is passed to this function. Then we've got to save playlist. So here let me create a constant variable. Constants are variables whose values will not frequently change. We'll take all the track URIs dot state dot playlist tracks will be dot map, create a temporary variable called track.uri. So we actually want to go and now save this on Spotify. So that's the reason we'll access Spotify's save playlist method, this dot state dot playlist name comma track URIs, and if that is successful, we then go and do a callback. So that's the callback anonymous function where we're going to say this dot set date, and the playlist name that we want to create on Spotify will be called new playlist. So that's the custom name that I want to provide, and the playlist tracks, define that. This closes here. Okay, so that's for the update on Spotify. Now here is where the render method is going to return the HTML. Now this HTML is the view, and React simplifies this by having the JavaScript and the HTML in the same file, so you can actually go and access the variables you've declared in the script directly in your HTML view and synchronize and bind the data together. So it helps from a maintainability perspective. So even though everything is in the same file, it's well classified and differentiated into different code blocks. So we'll add the anchor tag and we'll say href is HTTP localhost. So that's the default server port on which this application will run. Okay, and we want to give it a custom URL name of musical file. So the h1 terminates. We'll then say div class name equal to app. Within that, this is how we're going to inject our search bar. That's going to be the search bar component injected here, and on search, so that's the custom event, we will call a method called search. So on search, we bind to a method called this dot search. Then we'll open up another div. Here we'll have class name equal to app dash playlist, and if you remember, that's exactly the CSS class name that we referred to in the CSS file. We have another component called search results that we're going to inject here, and that's going to be search results. Here search results will be equal to this dot state dot search results. So that's how we can actually go and bind. So that's simple data binding. The component is going to be displayed with the data bound, and if somebody says add, if I click on the add button for search results, do these, so it will add that new track to the playlist by calling binding to the do these function, and it will remove it from the search results text box. Then we have another component called playlist, and here the playlist tracks will be bound to this dot state dot playlist tracks. Okay, so on the top, if you look here, we started with defining all the function declarations in the constructor. Then we provided the function definitions. Okay, that's how, and this that we passed refers to the context of the current component itself. So whatever you put into the app component or into the respective component, those values will be then passed out here to these individual functions. Okay, so that's with the playlist. Couple of things we'll have to do is, if somebody changes the name of the track, so on name change is going to be another custom event where we'll have to call this dot update playlist name, and we also have remove functionality. So to remove a track, we would say equal to this dot remove track on save equal to this dot save playlist. Okay, so that's done, and we close this. So we seem to be pretty much on track. The export app will make this all of these functions accessible across other components. It's very similar to the public access specifiers, etc., that you provide in other programming languages. So that's done. We've created our app component. Now let's create another folder under components, and we've got to define all our various components here. This folder is going to be for the search bar, so we'll name it search bar. We'll add two files within it, the search bar dot css, okay, and another file that we'll need here is search bar dot js. So that's in terms of the search bar. Let's start with the CSS file. So we'll start with first styling search bar. We will say that the display should be flex direction should be column. we want all the items to be aligned at the center. So that's align item center. Then we'll add up padding. So padding top is going to be 6.94 rem, and margin bottom is going to be 6.33 rem. Alright, now let's add up for the search bar. So that's search bar. We'll add for the input element, we want the width to be 287 pixels, the padding to be 0.880, the border should be 1 pixel solid white. The border radius will give a slight rounded edge to give a web 3.0 look and feel. So we'll set up the border radius. Then we've got margin bottom. So we've got a bottom margin that we want to add up. Then we have color. So let's add up the color, C3F. So that's the color, black. Then let's add text alignment of center. And let's add up a font size of 1 rem. Okay, so that's how we've set this up. Let's add the search bar. Input is going to be, so if someone focuses, so focus is the got focus. So if someone clicks inside, so if the end user goes and clicks inside the text box, we change the outline to none. Okay, and so for the search bar, we are interested on input, and if the input is focus, so that's the event that we are looking for, and then we would have a button called search button. So on the search button, the cursor, we'll set it to pointer. So that's the cursor pointer. The width, we set it to 8.11 rem. The padding, we are going to set up to 0.77 rem and 0. The border radius, we'll set it to 54 pixels. So we get a slightly well-defined search button with a nice little border. Let's also add background color, #1db954. That gives me a color. Then I've got my text alignment. Let's set that to center. Then we've got our font family. Let's set up the font family to the same standard font, AT, and it's a part of the sans serif family. Then we'll set up the font size to 0.833 rem. Correct this. And finally, we will need transition. So all of these are basic CSS properties. So that will add a slight transitional effect with a delay of that many milliseconds. So transition, background color, we've provided. What else? Let me scroll up. Let's also provide a border here. So we'll remove, in fact, let's remove the border. We would not want a border on the button, that would look odd. So I'll get rid of the border. And color, we'll specify as per our standard color that we've been using. Okay, so that's the color we've specified. And then I've got font weight of 500. Finally, we'll take the search button, and on the search button we will register for the hover event. So if someone takes their mouse over the button, that's the hover event. In that case, if we hover around the button, we would want the background color to change, so it will appear to have a slight little glow there. A mouse pointer moves over the button. Okay, so that's the opacity and the RGB combination. So that completes the CSS file for the search bar, and we obviously now need to go and get the code in for our search bar component, and that's exactly what we are going to do next. So let's start with setting up the code for the search bar. First thing, let's go and import React from React. Next thing we would want to do is import the search bar .css file. Then we define our class called search bar, which extends React.component. We define our constructor, and we go and pass these parameters to the base class. We also define the state. We'll just need one variable here, which is the term to search for in the search bar. And then let's say this dot, we'll define a function called handle term change, which is going to be equal to this dot handle term change dot find. So that's going to be the first function. Then a function that will do the searching for us, which is this dot search. So that's the search function, and we'll have it bind to this. Then we've got this dot handle enter. So the moment we enter into that search text box, handle enter dot bind this. So the functions are ready. Now let's go for the first one, which is handle term change. We'll pass it a system defined keyword of event, this dot set state, and for the term we will use the event keyword. We will get the value that is there inside that text box the moment the search term the user has entered changes. So the search criteria changes, we trap the updated value. Then in the search function, we will update the local property props.on search. Okay, so we'll access the on search and pass it the updated term, and then we got the handle enter, on which we're also going to pass the system defined event keyword. So if there's any data flowing along with the event, we're interested in it. In this case, the data is the key code that the user is pressing, and if it is 13, that indicates that's the ASCII key code for the enter button. So if the enter is hit, then the user is completed entering the search criteria and we need to start searching. And that's where we write our render method that's going to render the HTML view, and we return the complete view here. So that's the view now that we want to return. Let's say div class name equal to search bar. Then on the input text box, we will use placeholder equal to enter song, album, or artist that you want to search for. On change, on the on change event, the moment the term changes, we connect that to handle term change. We already have a function that manages that, and the moment keys are pressed and released, so on key up is where we would want to connect to this dot handle enter. Okay, and this is brace bracket that I'll have to put up here. So in the render function, we're going to return a value. I shouldn't forget to export the search bar. Okay, so that's what I want to export. So we've exported that. Okay, so at the end of this, what we've done is we've written our render method. We've written our div tag. Here is where we'll go and close the div tag. We've added an input, and here is where I'm going to add a button, provide a class name called search button, and the moment the end user clicks on the button, we're going to connect it to this dot search, and we close the button tag. Within the button tag search. So that completes the render function. So in the render function, again, let's run through all of what we've written. We started with extending React.component. We then added a constructor, passing props to the super class constructor. We created state. We set it to a value of term and null. So the state currently we defined as term. Then we said handle term changes, search, and handle enter should be functions that we want to add. Then handle term changes we defined, search we defined, and handle enter we've also defined. Then we used render. Render we said is going to return to us the HTML that we've specified. Okay, we dumped all the HTML that we want this component to return to us. So on change and on key up are both two functions that or two events that we connected to, where we called handle term change and handle enter. Then we added a button where we registered for the click event and connected it to this dot search. So all the three functions that we had actually written. So two things we've completed now. In the app class, okay, if you look at the app class, we've actually defined a set of functions here that deal with the playlist and adding applications, etc., adding tracks, removing tracks. Then we've created the search bar. Okay, so we saw that the search bar also, we have specified a set of functions, and all the functions that we defined, we have taken care to structure every component separately. So the search component is doing something completely different, which is managing the search bar. We have the core, the root app component, in which we have imported all of the other set of JavaScript classes that we are creating. And that's how the entire application is now structured. So, and that's the core concept when you're working with React, where you would actually have every separate block of code or every separate functionality handled in a different component altogether. So we've completed the search bar component as well. So 2 components done and 2 components good to go. So we've got to start up on the next set of components that we will need to build. And the next component is the track component that will manage individual tracks. So a new folder, a new file called track.css and track.js. So that's going to manage the tracks for us. So let's start with .track. We would say display is flex, align items, center, border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA, 256, 256, 256, 0.8. That's the opacity. Then let's come to track action. So we'll use all of these classes when we write up the HTML view. We'll add a padding here of 0.5. We'll set up a font size of 1.05. Set up a transition color of 0.25s, border of 0 pixel, and a background color of RGBA 0000 color hash. So that's the color that we continue to use. Then we bring in track, another class, track action, and if we hover over this class, we want the RGB values change to 265, 265, 265, 5 is the last parameter. So that's the hover. Then we have track information. So track information is the next class that we're dealing with. We'll add the flex parameter first, display flex, and then flex direction is going to be column. Let's have justify content set up as center, and let's have height as 180 pixel. So that's track information. Let's have another track information and the h3 tags nested inside that. For all the h3 tags nested inside that, we'll need a margin bottom of 0.22 rem. Finally, let's have track information and paragraph tag. We'll have the font size of 0.83 rem and a font weight of 300 and a color as well that we'll add. So let's add up a color here, RGBA 256, 256, 256 and 0.8. Okay, so that's in terms of the CSS. And let's move to the track and we'll move into the JavaScript file. So let's move into, so let me take what we added in the search bar. I'll go to the track.js. This will change to track.css. Okay, the constructor, this will change to add track. So add track, change this to add track. This is remove track, change this to remove track, get rid of this. And that's going to be the add track function. And here we are going to say this dot props. So we'll modify this dot props dot on add, this dot props dot track. And then we have the remove track. So that's going to be the remove track function. This function is not required. So this dot props dot on remove, and this is the track that we would want to go and remove. We'll add up another function called render action. So this is going to be a function that we are defining called render action. And in this we'll just check if this dot props dot is remove. If this dot props dot is removal, so in that case we would want to return. So this is a view action method that we are adding, which is going to go and add this button with a class called as track action that we've already written the CSS for, and this button will actually get added via this render action function, and this dot remove track is what it's going to map to. Let's close this. This is going to bind to this specific function. So that's the closing button tag. Okay, so the closing button tag is what we've added there, and the binding is what we have done to this dot remove track. And we will terminate this here. So now the render action, let's also have the return here, and we just add up the button, and this is going to add track. So you can look at how the component is completely dynamic in nature. So we have two buttons that are going to be added. This button with a hyphen is going to remove the track. This button with a plus sign is going to add the track. And you can actually see how simply it was done in a render action function. So the render action function actually helped with checking that if on the value of the props, and if the user, depending on the action performed, you will actually be able to remove a track or add a track from the existing playlist. Okay, and then the class name here is now going to be track. The class name for the enclosing div inside it. So let me get rid of this. The class name for the enclosing div here is going to be track dash information. Within it, we'll add h3. We'll bind to this dot props dot track dot name. So the name of the track is going to get bound here. Then in the paragraph, we will bind to this dot props dot track dot artist, and with some gap, this dot props dot track dot album. So that's what we've data bound to. And then let me add an iframe. An iframe allows us to very easily inject some content into the page within a small embedded window. The source parameter of the frame is going to be https open dot. So here I'm connecting to the Spotify stream, spotify.com/embed/track, and close this. So that's the Spotify stream that we are going to connect to, and this dot props dot track dot id. So that's the track ID. The width is going to be 300. The height parameter, the height parameter is going to be 80 of the iframe, and the frame border is going to be 0, and the allow transparency, so that's the opacity, we'll say true. Let's add allow encrypted media. So if Spotify has encrypted media, that also would be embedded here, and we can also have the title set to preview. So that's with the iframe. Okay, at the bottom is where we would want to. So this could be an empty element, and we can close it right around here. So we wouldn't need this part. And then here I'm just going to say this dot render action. So we call the render action method, which will actually give us plus minus button to add and remove new element. Okay, and that's what we can actually go and add up there. So let's check now whether all that we've done is good to go. Fine, so everything looks good in terms of the track component now, and we have all of the functions in place. It's now time to jump into the next component that we would require after the track component, and that's going to be the track list. So this is going to be a list component that will comprise of a list of tracks inside it. So we'll create a new folder, call this track list, and that's going to have track list CSS, and it's going to have track list.js. So that's the track list component now, which we're going to go ahead and use. And the CSS, we don't need much, so let's just say track list, and we just provide a width of 100%. Okay, that's all we'll need in the CSS. So let me add this in the CSS file, save this, and come to the JS file now, which is going to have the track list code that we will need to add up. So here again, I'm going to say import React. From React, we'd also want to import track list.css, and we'd also want to go and get track, because this component is going to be made up of a collection of tracks, individual tracks. So we want to get this from track/track, and we'll define class track list, which is going to go and extend react.component. We just need the render method here, because this just needs to go. It does not really have any state of itself. It simply goes and returns a list of individual tracks. So this class name is going to be track list, and we'll bind to this props.tracks.map, create a temporary variable, and this will go and return the track component, which is going to bind to individual track data. The key is going to be track.id. So the key is going to be track.id, and on adding a new track, we want to bind to this properties and we already have on add defined, so that's what we connect to. We add up my brace bracket here. Okay, and then we would also need is removal equal to this props.is removal, and the on remove will to this props.on remove. So that's for the track removal. And so we've got our track list. Oh yes, we'll have to go and also close the div tag correctly, and also we'll need to go and export. So we'll have to go and export the track list. So we've got one more component done, which is track lists, and let's move on to the next component now. So we've got app, which is root. We've got the search bar that takes care of entering the search criteria. We've got individual tracks that are searched and returned, and we've got a track list that manages a set of track records. So the track is more relevant to the playlist, and then we've got the search results also to manage once we search for some set of tracks. So we'll add a new folder which manages search results, and this is going to have search results.css, and it's going to have search results.js. Okay, so we need a search results.css and JS, and here in the CSS file we'll keep it simple for the search results. So we'll say search results. We'll set up the width of 50%. We'll set up the height of 950 pixels. We'll say overflow Y is scroll. We'll say padding is 0.88 rem. Background color will be RGBA 95 23 23 0.7, and we will use the box model. So we'll provide a shadow, dropping shadow of 0, 4 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, hash. And then let's add a scroll bar. So WebKit and MOZ are the constants specific to Mozilla and Chrome browsers. So they target certain animated features, etc., or properties that are specific to those individual browsers. And that's the reason we use those constants. And then we'll also add a media query that if it goes with a max width 1020 pixels, in that case dot search results width is 90% with a margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so forgot to add the hyphen, so it's hyphen WebKit scroll bar 0 pixel width, and we've set transparent background. So that's about it with the CSS. I need to get to the JS file. Now let's move to the search results JS file, and that's where we will now have to go and add up the component code for search results. And let me pick this up from track list, add it up here. This will be search results, and we'll need the results will return to us a list of tracks, so we'll have to get track list. This will be track list, and I'm just going to return class name will also be search results. So that's the component, and this is going to export out search results, so it's accessible across other components. Then we've got h2 with results. Let's go and create track list with a set of tracks, and we will bind it to this dot props dot search results. And on the on add, we are going to bind to this dot props dot on add. So we already have that. So that basically completes search results, and that leaves us with the last component, which is going to manage the playlist for us. So we'll add up a new folder in components, and that's going to be playlist, and within that we will have a playlist.css and a playlist.js. So that's our playlist component now that we're going to work with. And the playlist component is we'll first set up the CSS that we will need to add up to the playlist, and I'm just going to pick that up from my code snippet. So that's my playlist, and let me get all of that CSS here. So that's just a CSS for the playlist, nothing to do with React, again pure CSS. Let me get into the JS file, and that's where we will need to go and add all of our component code. So again, let me go to the track.js, the track list rather. Let me get this and add it out here. We'll make some small changes. This is going to be playlist. I need to import the track list because the playlist is going to contain a list of tracks. This is going to be playlist, and let me here, this will be playlist, and we'll leave this for later. Okay, let me also get the constructor in. So we'll add up the constructor here, and just one function that we will need here, which is handle name change. If I need to change the name of the playlist, so handle name change, and that's exactly the function that we will need to write code for. So that's the event, and this dot props dot on name change, that's when we'll say event dot target dot value. So we get the updated playlist name. Coming to the render, we'll now need the input. Input is going to be on change equal to this dot handle name change. The default value we have already provided with a hard-coded value, which is new playlist. So that's the default value. If not provided, then we'll just pick up the default value. Then we've got track list. So track list is what I will add. The tracks I'm going to bind to this dot props dot playlist tracks. So we're going to bind this to playlist tracks, and here we will say is removal equal to true, and on remove equal to, we'll find that to this dot props dot on remove. Finally, we'll need a button. We will use class name equal to playlist dash save. That's what we've added in the CSS. Click equal to this dot props dot on save, and here we're going to say save to Spotify. So that's with playlist, and yes, we need to go and export playlist and not track list. Now we'll need to do a quick lookup in Spotify. So let's go to this website called developer.spotify.com, and once we sign in and create an ID, it takes us to our dashboard. That's where we can create a sample application. The name of the application will be musico file. Okay, and we'll say that we are building some kind of desktop app, for example, for which we want to connect this to, and we'll also need to provide so we'll say next, refresh the dashboard. So it's asking me for a login, so let me log in once more. So moment I log in, that's going to be description, and I'll say maybe this is why I need it. I'll say no, not commercial integration, agree with the terms and conditions, and we will say submit, and that's the application that has got created. And now I can say edit settings, and the redirect URL here is what is important. So it should accept connections from HTTP localhost 3000. That's the port on which we will host our application. Okay, and we'll say save. Okay, so that's now there's a client ID that is generated here for my app, which is unique. So I'll just copy that up. Let me come up to my application. Under the source folder, I'm going to add a new folder called util, and under that a new file called spotify.js. So we will start with adding our code to the spotify.js file that we've just created as a new file within the newly created util folder. The first line of code is going to define a client ID variable that equates to the client ID that we will generate on Spotify. So this is going to be the Spotify generated client ID, which is a unique ID associated for the developer to connect to the Spotify API. And we will look at the source of that as we go through the demo. The next variable that we'll create is the redirect URL, or let's call it redirect URI, and that will equate to localhost 3000, which is the port, and we'll create another variable called the access token. Let's also create another constant variable called Spotify, and this will work like a function expression. So we'll equate it to a function called getAccessToken, and we will say if access token is true, then return the access token. Now let's declare a constant variable called access token match, which will be equal to window.location.href.match, and we will say this is equal to access token, which will be equal to, and we will give a regex expression to do a pattern match ampersand, so that we can actually get into the URL and extract the token information from that, and hence the pattern match is crucial here. Another constant variable called expires in match equal to window.location.href.match. Here we will read the expiry information using another regex expression from the URL ampersand asterisk. So that's the second constant variable we've created. Now we will say if access token match and expires in match. In that case, the access token should be equal to access token match of 1. Then we create a variable called expires in equal to, we'll do a typecast to number, and we will take the first parameter from the expires in match. That's done. Then we will say window.setTimeout, and we're going to say access token equal to comma expires in multiplied by 1000 Then we will say window.history.push state, and we will say access token. We'll pass the second parameter as null, the last parameter as slash, and close this, and we will return access token. Else we will say const access URL equal to https accounts.spotify.com/authorize client underscore ID equal to $client ID ampersand response type equal to token ampersand scope equal to playlist dash modify. So we are actually building the URL that will now get generated. So we'll say modify dash public and redirect URL equal to $redirect URI. So we have constructed the URL now that will go out and get generated in the browser, and here we are going to say window.location equal to access URL. Then we'll add the search criteria function which accepts a term as a parameter to search on. Here we will say constant access token equal to Spotify.get access token. So we get a reference to the same access token. Return, we call the fetch function, and we're going to pass https api.spotify.com/v1/search ? That's the query string that we will add. Type equal to track and ampersand g equal to $, and we will pass term, comma. As the header information, we will need to pass the authorization, where we will say that the bearer is $access token dot then response return response.json dot then. So the return of this function, once it completes, we will then call the next function, so JSON response, and then we will say return response.json. After that, another then block, so we'll now say JSON response, and if not JSON response dot tracks, in that case we will return an empty array. Else we will return JSON response dot tracks dot items dot, and we will pass, we'll create track as a variable with a lambda expression, and we'll create a temporary JSON object with ID, and that's where we want to associate track.id that was returned as the search result. The name is going to be associated with track.name. The artist is going to be associated with track.artist of 0.name. The album is going to be track.album.name, and the URI we will equate track.uri. So that completes this block. We'll open the next, and this will be the save playlist, which will take the name and the track URIs, and here we will check if not name or not track URIs dot length. In that case, we simply return out of the code, and then we declare a constant variable called access token, which will be equal to Spotify dot get access token. So we get a reference to the access token. We then declare headers authorization bearer is going to be $access token, and we'll create a user ID, and now we will return the fetch result, where we will pass https api.spotify.com/v1/me. So that's the URL, comma, headers will be the header information. Then we call the then function, declare response as a variable, use the lambda expression, and access response.json. We use the then block to declare JSON response. Here we say user ID equal to JSON response.id, and then we return fetch https api.spotify.com/v1/users/$of user ID playlist. So this is how we've constructed the URLs manually. Here we will assign headers to the headers variable. We'll assign method as post, so the data is sent as part of the body and not as part of the URL. And as the body, we will say json.stringify to convert this parameter name, and then we will generate a response variable to response.json, and then we'll create JSON response with the lambda operation. We'll create a constant playlist ID which is equal to JSON response dot ID. We will return fetch https api.spotify.com v1 users $user ID / playlist / Again, we are constructing the URL. So playlist ID will be replaced here. Then we will say tracks and close this comma. And here again, we will say headers would equate to the headers variable. Be constant headers, and this close here. Okay, everything fixed now. So here we are going to say headers should equate to headers, and the method is going to be post, and the body is going to be json.stringify URIs, track URIs. And we close this, we close this block, we close this block, and we close this block. So that completes our code. Of course, one more thing we'll have to do, which is export this class out. So export default Spotify. And that completes the code for the Spotify.js, which is part of our utils class. So let's move on now to the next step. So here is the client ID that we'll have to exactly match. So I'll copy this client ID and provide it here. So that's the client ID that we actually need, and we could also store it out here. So that's the client ID, and that's the redirect URL that we've also defined there. And we just create an access token. If the access token is true, we return access token. So the access token is something that we are going to do a match from the moment we try and connect with this particular URL. And you can look here that this is the access URL that we are trying to connect with, okay, with the client ID and postfixed with the redirect URL, right? And then I've got a simple search function which returns an observable. So we try to fetch data using the search term that we provided. Okay, we try to fetch data using the search term provided. If we are successful, we get a response of the data, and accordingly we'll iterate over the JSON response and get a list of tracks out of it and do a mapping of this JSON object to the track ID, name, artist information, album name, etc. And here just like a data access layer, very similar to a data access layer, we've got a save function which will save this data to Spotify as well. So I've got a save playlist and I've got search. So these are the two functions which will go and connect to the Spotify service by using this client ID, and it will allow me to access that information in terms of returning a stream of JSON data, and will then allow me to go ahead and push that JSON data into our application. So now we'll actually need to start up the application. So I'll go to the terminal, and rather let me go to view and bring out the terminal. So this is the integrated terminal that's there in the tool, and it just opens PowerShell from which you can actually fire your commands. So I'm going to say node package manager npm start to actually start up this application. So that's going to do a full compile, and so we will fire this up, give access. So I'll need to grant access to that port 3000. Let's give it time to run. And that's the app now that you can actually see here. So this is the search bar that we actually had. Okay, then we had the results, we had the playlist. Now the results is going to consist of a set of tracks which are maintained by the track list, and then you can take individual tracks with the plus and minus button and add them into the playlist. Okay, so that's how it's typically going to work. Okay, so as you can view here, I'm just going to search for an artist and we'll click on the search button. It goes to Spotify, tries to connect there and says that I need to agree to the terms and conditions, and I've just agreed to that. So the very fact that it actually gave us a confirmation link the moment we tried to connect and execute our application, that's proof enough that it actually went and connected to the service there and tried to return a value to us. So this is what we did. We just added an artist. We said search, and you can see now it's successfully connected. I've got a list of tracks available from this artist, and you can see the plus buttons getting added on the fly. So that was the render action. These are buttons that got added onto this list of tracks dynamically the moment the search results returned a value. So I can click on this plus sign and you can see that the track gets added to the playlist, okay, as and when I click here. So I've added a couple of tracks. If I go back to my dashboard of my Musicophile application and that I've created here in the developers portal of Spotify on developers.spotify.com, it's blank. So now I'm going to click on save to Spotify, okay, and that clears the playlist. So let me come here, and now when I come out here, we saw that it actually got successfully connected out here. Now I'll have to log in to, so this was the development app that we actually created on the developers portal of Spotify. Now we will go to spotify.com. So I'll just go to the Spotify website, and it says, do you want to launch the web player and all that? So let me click on that. So it just launches, and can you see here, this is the new playlist that just got added, right? And there were 4 songs that had actually added to the playlist, and you can see here those 4 songs have got added out here. Okay, so I can go here and I can delete this playlist and say I want to delete it. Okay, so there's no playlist now. I'll go back here, I'll add 2 tracks and I'll say save to Spotify. So that's how you actually saw that the new playlist, you can see the new playlist has come back here. Okay, and that's the playlist. The playlist has got generated again, and that's the new playlist that got created. And we deleted it, but it still got created again, and that indicates the connectivity that we successfully created with this React app. And the core concept of the React app was breaking it down into components, which is the search component. Then we created the track component. We created the track list to maintain a list of tracks. Then we created the search results, which will generate a list of results which further contains a track list. And this is the embedded iframe which gave us the response, which is scrollable here. And you can see that the iframes we created allowed us to scroll this with this embedded web page inside the iframe container. So with that, I hope we've been successful with explaining the concept of component-based design and architecture with React and how important it is to create individual components, and the benefit of that being that you can isolate change requests to a certain component. You can promote reusability. Wherever you want the same feature to be implemented on the page, you can just inject that same component, and the same implementation and the same features can be reused. So it promotes reusability, it promotes flexibility to change, it isolates your change request to single components, preventing the massive effort of recompiling and retesting the entire application as a whole.
So this is your host Amarjeet, and I'll be taking you once again to the similar tour of Angular. And you know it very well, previously we have developed a lot of projects in Angular, and this time also we will try to make sure that we offer you some very consistent project this time, where it will help you to connect all the dots of whatever you've learned in an Angular. So this particular session will be more specific towards the project, so stay tuned with me, because this time we'll be offering you a lot of beautiful GUI which can combine together to understand how Angular can be best suitable for the front-end application. And to make it happen, you understand, like in this particular project we'll be having a basic Angular setup ready. So you know it very well, to develop an Angular application we have used a similar technique called downloading the Angular CLI version, and we have used ng-new, and the name of the project is project. And this particular project does nothing, have only one single component name called app, as you can see it right now here. Under the src you have got app folder, app component.html, and here you see app component.ts. So that is one of the very basic component Angular can hold in. So this HTML contains a very simple message called welcome, and component.ts contains nothing special. It is just holding one title. And app.module.ts, if you see, it contains nothing special. Whatever it comes as a predefined, preloaded, it contains only those particular type of modules. And in my app.module.ts, if you talk about call package.json, inside my package.json we have some additional dependency added, which I will tell you like what dependencies a part of Angular which comes as a preloaded are by default available. Now you can see here animation, compiler, core, forms, localize, these are all by default are there. A part of that we have also taken this bootstrap as an additional dependency. So we talk about called ng bootstrap, okay, which is the additional dependency we have taken. Bootstrap, jQuery, popper.js, rxjs, which anyways comes by default. And here these dependencies will be playing additional role during your development time. Okay, rest everything gonna be remain same as it is, but yes, these additional dependency like in jQuery, popper, and your say tslib, and you talk about like in bootstrap, okay, jQuery, these libraries are additional to those, the one which comes as a by default. Okay, so once you have those additional dependencies added into your project, do not forget that in your angular.json you need to have additional declarations to be get added. Okay, as you can see now under the scripts part, okay, under the styles part, you see under the styles we have kept our bootstrap.min.css, and under the scripts we have kept all those necessary dependencies with regards to our JS called demo, chart, pie chart, pie demo, you talk about bootstrap, you talk about jQuery. So these are the additional dependencies we have kept under the scripts part, which is there under your angular.json. Okay, and under the styles we have got bootstrap, through which we can directly include these bootstrap related stuff directly into my project. So that would be the first thing which we'll start with. Okay, so if I want to start my application, I will certainly say npm space start. Let me say npm space start. So it is launching my application. Okay, please use sudo. Now it is launching, and under the port number 4200 my application will be starting up. Now it is saying port, maybe this application is ready somewhere, so let me check if it is available. Okay, so application is already running. So inside my 4200, if I try to run, I can see this by default message welcome appears. So that's the only thing with regards to your project. So nothing fancy, it is just a basic stuff. Your application have some basic set of dependencies added, and along with this you have some new dependencies, and you say npm space start, and under the localhost 4200 your project will get ready. Okay, so in my previous example, you remember like we have created and done with our basic setup, and now it's time for us to go back and create some new component into my project. Now what is the first component I'm looking forward for? That is known as called navbar, for creating a navigation. So inside this, first of all, I want to open a new one. Okay, so I want to say ng space g space c space navbar. So let the new component get ready. Okay, so we have got navbar component ready with me. So this is what my navbar is, and inside this navbar I want to add some additional dependencies inside my HTML. Okay, so here I may have a lot of tags associated with me, but here I want to start with my body tag. Okay, so this is what I want to start with my body tag. Okay, and here onwards we want to start all my development. So within my body tag I will be writing a lot of other tags too, but first of all let me try to have some additional dependencies to be get added here. So I want to add the div, and here I would like to have some additional dependencies to be get added. As you can see right now, it is for jQuery, it is for your Bootstrap, it is a scripts. Okay, this is for charts, this is for chart areas, data tables. So these dependencies are very much required in order to start your basic development. Okay, and I want to continue developing this example by adding some new logic one by one. Okay, now what logic I want to add it now? So I will be using Bootstrap as a basic code. Okay, so first of all I want to use the body with some body class equal to, I want to give this name called sb hyphen nav hyphen fixed. That is actually the Bootstrap class which we're associating with your, and here after that we'll be starting with my div tag. So after body, here see this is the sb hyphen nav hyphen fixed which we have used. Now I'll be using some nav tag now, and inside my nav tag I want to say class equal to sb hyphen top nav space navbar space navbar hyphen expand, okay, space navbar hyphen, we want to use a dark theme, so I'll be using navbar hyphen dark and space bg hyphen dark. So this is the first thing we are using it now. Now inside my nav, okay, we want to use few more important details, like I'm saying like anchor. Okay, so with this anchor I want to say a, before href we want to say class equal to navbar hyphen brand, okay, space navbar, or else we can say href. We can use this, just add this single quotation and just say href equal to index.html to go back, and after this we'll be also using this img tag also. So we just use this img src equal to, we'll be using some logo, okay, which will be there under the assets. Okay, under the assets I'll be having logo.png. Okay, and we would like to also say some controlling this, some width and height. So we just use width equal to what, 80%. Okay, and we want to use height equal to 120%. So width 80%, height 120%. Alt is maybe something optional you want to give it. I just want to leave it now. We do not want to give alt as an alternative, and we also want to give style. So I say style equal to, now I say padding hyphen top colon, here I say 10 pixels. Okay, that's it. So that's where exactly the main logic is. Let me try to bring this back. Okay, and here the anchor tag is closed. After this I'll be using my button tag now. With this button we want to add some class equal to btn space btn hyphen link followed by btn hyphen sm, because I want to have a small size button, and I want to say order hyphen 1 space order hyphen lg hyphen 0, okay, followed by id equal to sidebar toggle. What I'm saying, sidebar toggle, and after that some more new properties like an href. I do not want to go anywhere, so I'm just saying href equal to what, hash in the single quotes, like this. Okay, and that's it. So within this button I would like to offer some I class. So here I say I class equal to okay, fa hyphen bars. Okay, this is a special class available, and that's it, which is there. Now here the I class is getting closed, and here the button is getting closed now. Okay, so this is the first part of my code now. Okay, now we talk about called navigation or navbar search. So here I'm starting with my navbar search. Okay, so inside my navbar search we would like to offer some more new number of fields, so-called form. Okay, so I start with my form. Now with this form I may not say action for a time being, so I'm just removing this action from this. Instead we are saying form class equal to d hyphen none space md hyphen inline, okay, hyphen block hyphen block. Okay, so md hyphen inline hyphen block. After that you have to say just form hyphen, and here you say inline because I want to go ahead with the inline form, and also ml hyphen auto space mr hyphen 0 space mr hyphen md hyphen 3 my hyphen 2 space my hyphen md hyphen 0. So this is what all about our form, but within this form is not yet closed. It is just a first portion of the form class. Along with this we'll be also offering the div class. So we just use div. Here I say class equal to input hyphen group, and now inside this input hyphen group I want to use input class, input type equal to text, and here I say class input class equal to form hyphen control, We would like to add few more classes here. First it is form control, type equal to what type? It is a type text, and now we say placeholder equal to search for. Okay, so this is a property for me where I want to use it, and a part of that search for we're giving it. So since it is giving, so we do not need to give double quotes. Search for is single quotes is okay now. And now area hyphen level equal to search. 1 second, let me try to make it. Okay, search here, and followed by a few more properties. So the first property I'm trying to use it. A part of this area search, we say area hyphen, okay, described by, and here we give the value called basic hyphen add on to. Okay, so this is how we are trying to add it now. After this, what next? After this we would like to use another div tag now, div, and here we say class equal to, inside this class we may offer few more details. Okay, like I can say input group, input hyphen group hyphen append. Okay, that is a div class, and inside this div class I would like to use also another button. Here we say class equal to btn space btn hyphen primary. Okay, type equal to what? It is a button. So that's it. And after that, within this button, I would like to use I class equal to fas space fa hyphen search. Okay, that's it. So this is how we are making it first, and now we'll be going ahead with the next level. Okay, so let's get started with the next point now. So we have finished our div and div form. Now let me try to organize it properly. Okay, now the div and this part is getting close, and now we would like to talk about our navbar part. Okay, so here I'm starting with the nav part. So here exclamatory, and here I give the name for navbar. Just to tell you, like, this would be the navbar related stuff. Here I'll start with my UL tag now. So inside my UL I say UL space class equal to navbar. Okay, so we have a call navbar hyphen nav, okay, space ml hyphen auto space ml hyphen md hyphen 0. So that is for my UL. So within this UL I'll be having some li class also. So we have got li. Within this li I'm saying class equal to, now what are the details I want? I say nav hyphen item, okay, nav hyphen item space drop down. Okay, so nav hyphen item space what? A drop down now. Now within this li tag, okay, I want to use a lot of other tags too. So first tag I'm using, this is called anchor tag. Okay, so in this anchor tag we want to say a and followed by class equal to, well, I'm saying nav hyphen link followed by drop down hyphen toggle. Okay, after that space id equal to user drop down. Okay, id equal to what? User drop down href equal to, we just make it as just a hash because I'm not taking anywhere. After this hash we say role equal to button. So role will be a button type, and the job doesn't get over here. We also have some option called data hyphen toggle. Okay, data hyphen toggle equal to drop down equal to drop down space. We also want to use some area has pop-up. Okay, you can see there's a property called area has pop-up. So I just say true. Yes, exactly, it does have. And we also want to say area hyphen expanded. You see now area hyphen expanded. We're also saying false. A part of that, we also want to use some image within this. So image, so in this image we want to say src will be under okay, assets. Under the assets it will be under id dot png. There's already, sorry, jpg. There's already one value available inside this id png. Alt we don't want it as of now. If you want, you can add it, otherwise I'm just leaving it blank. I'm just using this option called style equal to, now border hyphen border hyphen radius. Okay, this hyphen border radius, how much you want to give? I'm saying 50%. That is the CSS style. Okay, and followed by width. How much width you are giving it? I'm saying 50 pixels. 50 pixels. Okay, that's the whole idea for this. Now the anchor tag is getting closed. Okay, so here the anchor tag is closed. After the anchor tag is closed, we would like to give another div class now for the drop down. So we say this div class will have some of the set of properties which is available. I say div class equal to drop down, okay, hyphen menu, and followed by hyphen menu hyphen right. Okay, and followed by, we want to use area hyphen, you can see this option called label by, okay, equal to, give the option name called user drop down. I'm just giving the value user drop down. Value has been given. Now within this div tag itself, we'll be adding some more values. What those values will be? I'm saying anchor tag class equal to, now there is an anchor tag class equal to drop down hyphen item, okay, space href equal to hash. Href equal to what? Hash. We are giving the value called what? Settings. Okay, now I just copy this line, okay, and let's have only two for a time being. So drop down hyphen item href settings, and we're going to give one more option that's called activity log. Activity log, that's the value for activity log. Okay, anchor tag is getting closed now. Here after that we use another div tag here, it's called nested div tag. Okay, so in this div tag we want to use class equal to drop down hyphen item drop down hyphen item, and I would say better drop down hyphen divider, drop down hyphen divider as a value, and in the same div tag, this div tag is getting closed here, and we're using one more a, and class equal to drop down hyphen item drop down item href equal to, give the value, the one which you want to give it. I'm saying hash. Okay, href equal to what? Hash. Let me close this. Yeah, href equal to hash, and we just use router link equal to, as you know it very well, in typical navigation we always use the router link rather than normal href, and here we are giving the name called what? Login. Okay, and here we can use router link active equal to active. Okay, and here we give the name called logout. Log out. Okay, so that's the value which we are giving it now. Anchor tag is closed, and here the div tag is closed, li, ul, and nav. So let me organize it. this one, this one, this one, and nav tag. Let me format this. Okay, so that's what my file is. Okay, so let's continue to this. So we have created the value till nav, and we want to start with this div tag now. Now with this div tag, we would like to have few more classes added now. We say div id equal to, I can just give the name called layout site info. Layout site nav. So this is the first value we are taking it now with this layout site nav. A part of this we would like to use another div tag now, and inside this div we would like to offer the id equal to layout site nav, whatever name we have used it, underscore nav. That is a second div tag we have it now. Now within this we want to use the nav. Okay, with this nav we want to say class equal to sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu. So that value we are passing it to this. Okay, that is for sb hyphen side nav view, or along with this, rather than menu, I can have another option with me to make it even more better. sb hyphen side nav space accordion. Sorry, accordion. Okay, so accordion is going to give you the kind of flipping type of movement one after another. sb hyphen side nav hyphen doc and space id equal to side nav accord, side nav accordion. So this value we are using it now with this nav. So within this nav we would like to bring another div class now by saying div, and inside this div we will say class equal to I would say sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu. Okay, now within this div tag we want to use another div tag now. So you might be thinking so many div tags. Yes, that is why we want to make it more organized. We say div class equal to nav. Okay, now within this div tag we would like to use another div class equal to, here we want to say sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading, side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading. Okay, and in this we are just giving the value called code. This is the value of this. Okay, so this is what for the first div tag. Now within this div tag, when this div tag is closed, we want to use the anchor tag now. A class equal to nav hyphen link. Okay, nav hyphen link followed by href equal to, give the name called index.html. So this is your href. One second. href equal to index.html. Now within this anchor tag we want to use the div tag now. Okay, and in this div we would like to say class equal to sb hyphen nav hyphen link hyphen icon. So div class equal to sp hyphen nav hyphen link hyphen icon. So this is a class of my div tag right now. Okay, now this particular class, inside this we want to use the I class. I'm saying I class equal to fas space fa hyphen tachometer hyphen alt. Okay, and we are closing this. So I tag is getting closed, the div tag is getting closed. Okay, and within this I'm giving the value called what? Dashboard. Okay, so a class equal to giving this call navlink and href equal to index.html, and here we have the div tag which is getting closed now, and here the anchor tag is closed, and after the anchor tag is closed we can use few more div tags inside this. Okay, let's see about which of the div tags are now left with. Here we start another div tag. Now inside this div we say class equal to sb hyphen side nav. Okay, sb hyphen side nav hyphen menu hyphen heading, and now we want to use one tool name called interface. So here we have a called div tag now. After this we would like to use another anchor tag. Okay, and now with this anchor tag we want to say class equal to, now as we know it very well, we have given this called menu heading, so we get nav link collapse. So we say nav hyphen link space collapse. Okay, so that is a class which we are using it now with my anchor tag. Okay, collapsed. After that we are saying href equal to hash href equal to what? Hash and data hyphen toggle equal to collapse. So that is the value we are giving it to my data toggle now. After that we are giving some more values here. One value we are giving is called data target. Data target equal to, here we are giving this ID by saying collapse layout. Okay, that is a data target, and we just want to say area hyphen expanded equal to false, and one more property I want to give it is called area hyphen controls. Okay, equal to collapse layout. Collapse layouts. One second, let me try to add it here and edit it here. Collapse layouts. Okay, so anchor tag is there. So within my anchor tag where it is getting closed, I just want to give one more div tag inside this. Yeah, so here we have got div. So within this div tag we want to give some additional property to this div. So we know it very well what type of details we are talking about. So we say div class equal to sp hyphen navlink okay hyphen icon. there is another class we're using it now, and sb-nav-link, that's the first property we have taken. Let me close this, and okay, so sb-nav-link, and a part of this you can just use -icon. Okay, within this I can use I class. So here I'm using I class equal to, so which class we want to use it? I'm saying fas space fa hyphen angle, okay, hyphen down. So this is your I class which we are defining it right now. Okay, closing this. So I tag is getting closed along with the div tag now. Okay, and anchor tag is anyways getting closed. Okay, anchor tag is anyways getting closed here. So inside this we would like to give, with the div tag is getting closed, we want to give home, any value which you want to give. So we're giving what? Home here, and this is where is getting closed right now. Okay, so after the div tag is getting closed, we are using this, and so later on we can go back and try to implement more ideas. Okay, so we have finished till one point of areas. Now we would like to go back and start working with the row level now. So now here with my application we want to use another div tag now. So within this div tag we want to use some classes. So we say div space class equal to row. Okay, after this I use one more div tag, and in this div tag we want to use one more property here called class equal to call hyphen excel hyphen 6. So 6 columns layout we are trying to add it now. Here we are trying to say div, and with this div we say class equal to, now see the properties now, div class equal to, we are using card space mb hyphen 4, card space mb hyphen 4, we are using this property. Now after that we would like to use another div tag with using div class equal to header. I would rather say card hyphen header, I will say card hyphen header to this div class, and inside this we want to say I class equal to some addition declaration. I'm saying fas space fa hyphen chart hyphen area space mr hyphen 1. So closing this, so I tag is getting closed. Here we're going to give the value name called weekly analysis. Weekly analysis. Okay, so with this div tag it is getting closed. I want to bring another div tag inside this. Now with this div tag we want to write another class here that is known as called class equal to card hyphen body. So we want to give class equal to card hyphen class equal to card hyphen body. Okay, and this class equal to card hyphen body, we want to bring another thing inside this that is called img equal to, now here from the assets we want to use area chart dot png. So that location we want to use it now, followed by width equal to 100%. Okay, and height equal to 280. Okay, and here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, so we're talking about this div tag, and there's another div tag is getting closed below this. This third div tag is also getting closed now. Okay, so we total have 3 div tag is getting closed, and we would like to use another div tag now. We want to say div class equal to, once again, call hyphen access excel hyphen 6. So 6 columns layout we're talking about, and after that we say div class equal to card space mb hyphen 4. Okay, div class equal to card space mb hyphen 4, and again we use another div tag. Okay, and inside this div we say class equal to header. Div class equal to what? Header. Rather I would say card hyphen header. Card hyphen header now. Now within this div tag we want to use another I class. Yeah. So within this card hyphen header, we want to use the another chart. So as we've already seen, we have used this assets hyphen chart area.chart png. In a similar way, we would like to use the same technique now for the monthly report also. Okay, so we have a call sl6 card mb4. Okay, we are using what? Card header. So in this, the way we have used weekly analysis, I just copy this the same. Okay, and I pasted it here. Okay, and here what I try to offer, not weekly analysis, I would rather offer monthly report. Okay, monthly report, and after the div title is closed, card body, and now we talk about called bar chart.png. Bar chart.png width equal to 100%. Div tag is getting closed. Yeah, so this is how we're trying to use it now. So just like that, we can keep on using some another properties too. Now here we want to use one more div. Okay, in this div tag we feel class equal to, now let's provide another property here. So we say div class equal to card, okay, space mb hyphen 4, and other details too. We were on this position called card hyphen mb hyphen 4, and follow to this we want to use another div tag by saying div class equal to card hyphen header. Div class equal to card hyphen header. So that is another div class we are using it now. So inside this div class we want to use another I class equal to, here I am using once again fas space fa hyphen table space mr hyphen 1. Okay, that's the position we are using it right now. Okay, and after this I tag, here we define this option name called employee data. Employee data. So here the div tag is getting closed. Okay, so now what 3 properties we have taken it now: weekly, monthly report, employee data. Now we would like to create a table now. So what table we are looking forward for? Let's start. We are saying div class equal to card hyphen body. Okay, now within this div class equal to card hyphen body, we are using another div tag here now. Okay, and inside this div tag we'll say class equal to table hyphen responsive. So we want to use table hyphen responsive. Fine. Now after this we want to create a table. Okay, within this table, okay, we would like to create table head in multiple things, but let me add some classes here. I'm saying table class equal to, we want to use table space table hyphen bordered and after that we use id equal to, just give the name called data table. After this data table we say width equal to 100%, and also we want to use cell spacing so cell spacing we are giving equal to 0. That is for my table, and now inside this table I can have table head. Okay, under the table head I will be using tr, so tr under which you will be having th, which is called table heading. So we're giving the first property so here I give name. Like this, I just copy this and take few more property. Name, position. Here we give call office, then age, then we give start date, and one more, and that is one is called salary. So these are a part of table heading. tr is closed, t head is closed. Now we would like to use t body. Now inside a t body we want to use tr, which is your table row. Under this we want to use what? td, that is called what? A table data. So here we can give the name. So the first value we are giving is called tiger. Next one, let me copy and paste it. So that is the first value. Second is known called position. So we are saying system architect. Okay, system architect. That is what my table data. Next, we're looking forward for office. We're giving the office name called Edinburgh. Next, it is asking for your age. Let's give the age called 61. Next is asking for the start date, so we just give /04/25. Any date we can give it. Last, which is asking for the salary, you can just say $, any random value I've given it now. Okay, so this is the first table row is basically closed. Like that we can have multiple records with me. I copy this and have another and have another. So as many number of records you want, you can basically have it now. Okay, let me quickly change the name. This value called accountant. Next value which we have it, that is called Tokyo. Age 63. Okay, same, and here we can give okay, and here you can change the values later on if you want, but for the display purpose it's okay. Okay, so here the multiple things are getting closed. Your T-body is getting closed, your table is getting closed, your div tag is getting closed, your div tag is getting closed, and after this we have got one more, that is the other. Okay, after closing the last div tag, we would like to also close the main. Okay, after this main, we would like to start working with this footer part now. In this footer, we would like to add some new classes here. I'm saying class equal to py-4 space bg hyphen light space empty hyphen auto. Okay, followed by we can use the another div tag, and inside this div we can use class equal to container hyphen fluid, container hyphen fluid. Now there's another div tag. Okay, inside this div we want to use what? Class equal to d hyphen flex, okay, space align hyphen items hyphen center space justify hyphen content hyphen between space small. Okay, now inside this div we would like to use another div. We say div class equal to text mounted text hyphen muted. Okay, and we would like to offer here, let's go copyright okay, and copy. Okay, space, give the name dot Simplilearn or else like this. Okay, so div tag is getting closed here now. After that you can use href equal to, you can just give hash. Okay, and now you can give the value called what? Privacy policy. Privacy policy. Okay, and here in privacy policy you can just give ampersand. Okay, and okay, and after this again href. So after this we can use, but first anchor tag is getting closed here after this privacy policy. Okay, so now another href here, hash, rather than privacy policy I'm going to give terms. Okay, in terms give space. Okay, conditions. Okay, terms and conditions. We don't need this now, and that's it. So div footer is also getting closed, div tag is also getting closed, so footer is also, and there's another div tag is getting closed, and after that another div tag is getting closed. Okay, and that's it. Body will be closed post that. Okay, so there are a lot of space. Let me try to remove. That's it. So now let me format it. Let's avoid this, otherwise create a confusion. So guys, our navbar component is ready, and after that we will go back and try to add few more things into my code. Now we will going to create few more components into my code. So first component, a part of this, what we have seen, I'm going to create one more component name called toggle. So ng space g space c space toggle. Okay. A part of that, we want to create few more components here, that is known as the routes. So ng space g space c space routes. Okay. So this component is ready. Along with this, as we know it very well, like there are certain components which we have created. We also would like to create few more components into my application. Okay, by saying ng space g space c space let's say so under the routes we have got what? Charts. Is another component which we have seen now. Okay, now in a similar way I would like to create one more component under the routes, and that is known as the login. Component is ready. Along with this login, we would like to create a register. And along with this, we would like to also go back and create one more component here, that is known as called password. So charts, login, register, password. So 4 components are ready now, and they're all inside what? They're all inside under the routes now. Okay, so these all components are now ready with me, and we'll be basically making all those components associated inside my routes part. Clear now? So which component used what, that we have to basically consider it now. So since they're all of the components now, so under my app.routing.module.ts, we have to basically provide a routings here now. So here we know const routes equal to blank. So let me try to say path. Okay, path colon. If nothing is being given, so the by default component will be what? Component will be navbar component. So this navbar component automatically comes up here. After that, if path is of what? Static. Component is what? Toggle component. Okay, and here we are saying path match colon full. Okay, along with this we're giving one more path colon login. So here component colon login component. Got to put comma, component C small. Okay, now like this. Next we talk about called path colon register. Okay, and here component colon register component. Now let's talk about what? Path colon what? Change password. So here we say component comma component colon, which component we are trying to say? Password component. Password component. Next we want to say path colon charts, then component colon charts component. So these are the components are now available to me. So these components are now all set, and later on we'll be combining all the files together in my system one by one. Okay everybody, so our all components are now all ready. So you see, like we have got navbar, which contains all the necessary tags whichever is required for my application. Here we have basically the login, And this login.component.html actually contains all the relative part which is related to your login. Like you can talk about call email, you talk about call password, you have a call remember me and forgot password. These type of details are available inside your login component.html now. So this is basically the code, okay, which contains your login related stuffs now. So it contains only few properties, like you talk about like email address. It contains what a password and only the buttons through which user can log in through. Followed by when I see my password. So this password file that is called password.component.html, it contains the details regarding to your password so that the user can give the password details, or in case if the user has or want to change the password, so we can give the details like, okay, you can enter your email ID address where I can send the password to you. So here we have this email address. We haven't implemented your I would say any kind of sending the email to your registered email ID. That logic hasn't been implemented, but it's just for the demo, like how exactly you can bring this password forgot condition inside your system now. So this is what the password, and here we have a link for the login, and here we have our registration. Followed by, if you think about called register contains that register.component.html, and here if you see there are few details which I'm expecting from the user, like in first name, last name, email, password, confirm password. So these are the quick fields which I'm expecting from the user to enter, and here it's a button for confirming a password, and this is what exactly the links which are available for the login, okay, and for the login.html file. So this is a simple registration form which is available to me, and that is last which is available for me that is called toggling part. In toggle part, we are just offering the details with regards to your how, in case if you want to toggle, you can change the settings, okay, based on between the settings and activity. Okay, so these are the links which are available through which you can change all different type of toggling part, whether you would like to enable or not enable. This is something which is related to your page. In case if you click on that link, so 401 page, 404 page, 500 page, which will be available to us. Now let's try to run the code and check how the final application really looks like in. Okay, so now I'm trying to run my application by saying npm space start once again. Okay, okay, and now I'm trying to say npm space start. Let the project start now, and we'll see how it really looks like in. So it is compiling all the files. Okay, and finally let's try to execute localhost 4200. Let me see what is an issue right now. Okay, let me check. Meanwhile, try to run it again. Okay, now I finally I'm into my current project right now. So it was a wrong location where the project was available. So I just need to say npm space start and let the project run. So project is picking up till the time I say localhost 4200. And beautiful. Guys, this is how exactly a project really looks like it. Isn't it amazing right now? See how beautiful your project really looks like it. This is what exactly the dashboard you have it. And this is the nav bar which is available to you. Getting it now? See how better and beautiful it looks and organized. So this is like a real-time dashboard which is available where you can see the birthdays you have it. You talk about, company announcement, quick links. These are all basically available. These are the charts which you can see, can give some dummy values, and these are the charts will be really available to you. So this is how the employee records which we had it, which we are displaying it right now. And this is how exactly the chart looks like in. So weekly analysis and monthly analysis. This is the dashboard, and here the links are there, but they're all dummy links. We haven't made it, but you can certainly make it further. Okay, you can search for anything, but it is not working right now because it is just for the display purpose, nothing more than that. It is a home which you can see written like in profile. This is like the profile which we have created. By default the name is called Kate Adams, and this is designation like an accountant, and like you can talk about like home. Under the home we have a called profile, we have a called settings. So nothing is there as such in the settings, so it is just a static record. Attendance, it will be bringing you back to the same page. We have a call confirmation, travel expenses. These are all basically the dummy links which are available. We haven't made it, which you can see in your development. Okay, part of that you see like profile, we have it, settings, account activity. If you see, we have a call login and register. These three pages, if you remember, we have created it under this system. So you can see we have a got login, we have a call register, we have a call passwords. So these are, you are able to see this now. When you say change password, you see like how they have given to you. They're not actually working, but they're just like a dummy option, and you can see it is taking you directly to the sign up option. Okay, now here in your settings, once again you can look forward for the login. It works like in a typical model how it comes. A part of that we also have this called register. So these are the fields of registration form, and you see about the activity. We have got these pages are available. They are all basically dummy pages which we have created. Download confirmation. So really this project really gives you the kind of sense of in a real time how your application, Angular application, can really make your UI more attractive, which are more competitive in market. So I hope you guys love this project. So we have developed most of the codes by our own, except few which we have taken it from online. That is nothing but called especially those images, as well as some JavaScript related libraries, if you see, which we are using it right now here. If you think about this your navbar.component.html, if you see like these are the libraries we have taken it from internet, because certainly we don't type it because it is taking long time to type. Certainly we have taken from internet, and some images also we have taken it from the internet, which are there under the assets folder too. So if you see under the assets, we have a lot of images that are available, like an area chart, bar chart. So this we have downloaded from the internet. So hope you guys love this project. Thank you very much and happy learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.